Okay.
Wat wat het verander? Want voorheen het ons dit net gestuur en dan present dan wys dit.
Dit was nog online geweest. Ek dink dit was so lank was fisies hier.
Ja, ons was laas voor 2020. Wat het ons dit ook nie? En dan dat ons het net gelaai op 'n stokkie. Ja, wel, ek weet nie, maar die lange nie kort
Maar
van
het
die
jy
Ja, klopt.
Well, okay. Maar is dit ek dink dit is julle beheer en daar is vir ons.
Ja, maar ek het nie 'n cooking clue wanneer hulle omdraai nie, want ek was net verlof. Ek het net gister klaar gemaak. Ek het hulle gistermiddag hier in die Kaap gekry.
Vars van verlof.
Ja.
Nog in holiday.
Ja. Ek het nie 'n clue waar te hulle.
Maar hoe gaan dit kyk net te sê? Ja.
How are you?
Ja, hulle goed aan.
Ek het eintlik gedink ek wou laas, wel hierdie week, vroeër maar ek weet nie. Vir François maar iemand was redelijk betrokke in die survey groupings projek, goed of nie eintlik.
Van die
survey, ja.
Van die opkomende
survey.
Ja.
Okay, so die tot 'n maand. Maar dalk kan jy my vra, dit is eintlik nie so, dis nie 'n meeting werk, maar ek dink ek wil hom net vra. So daar is nie spesifieke vraelyste nie, of is die focus groups gaan hulle gelei word, die gesprek rondom 'n vraelys. Of is dit qualitative data of
Is kwaliteit data, so ek dink die fokus sal wees op vra vir Frans. Gee my al 'n lykie ook.
Ja.
Daar's 'n ander ou Piet Bester wat
ja, ek het gesien.
Ja, wat 'n spesialis is in die goed. As ek dit verstaan, is dit sal dit die vorm aanneem van semi-structured interviews. So
Semi-structured, ja.
Daar's 'n
Ja. Dit is engagement.
Ja.
Dit okay. En dan word dit kraak.
Frans het gepraat oor die uitkoms van julle laaste vergadering. Want daar's soms verskillende opsies. Ja, die een
Ons kan nie bekostig
nee,
wat
ek kon ons het geweet.
ons kan nie bekostig wat voorgelê is.
Nee, as jy
Is dit hierdie kant?
Ja, ek het nog gedink, dit sal die geval wees. Maar as ander ja, so julle moet maar bepaal seker wat julle gaan koste en wat julle wil hê baseer op dit.
Ja, maar ek wil kyk waar kan ons sny, want dit gaan nie net oor die noodwendig oor die aantal fokusgroepe nie. Ons moet, en ek dink, dit is wat my eintlik was, dat ons moet dit dalk anders groepeer. Want in terme van ons mandaat het ons eintlik drie groepe. Het was baie moeilik om die vorige ronde former members
Ja.
te kry.
Ons het sorry oor die volgende members ons het die vorige een het ons daai medical
Ja, van
Ja.
ja. So maak dat dis nie former members van 'n sekere kategorie.
Ja.
So my thinking was eintlik om te probeer koste spaar deur quantitative data collection van spesifiek members. Weet dit moeilik is vir perception, ek verstaan dit.
Ja.
Want dit kan baie goedkoper wees.
Vir die huidige members, dit was net 'n ding uitstuur.
Ek dink aan dis wat ek sê. Dis met ander woorde dat ons fokusgroepe link aan waar ons sê dat die vorige perceptions,
Ja.
right? Ons communication focus
Ja.
gelê. En in terme van ons media broadcast
Ja.
of like in die vorige finansiële. En ook na dit kyk vir focus groups.
Ja.
Dis my thinking op dit. Ek sê nie dis konkreet.
Ja.
En kyk of mense op daai manier nog steeds waardevolle data kan kry. Want ons gaan nie 'n academic paper publish.
Nee, dis nie.
Ons wil weet hoe moet ons plan en structure. Dit is dit ook.
Ja.
So wat gaan ons bekostigbaar kry by die beste resultaat.
Ja.
Dis eintlik hoekom ek wou weet. So dit
Ja.
ja. Ek sal hom daar.
Ek dink dit gaan net ek dink nie dis 'n onmoontlik so daai semi-structured interviews sal vir jou ander tipe ek wil amper sê meer comprehensive gee, maar dit beteken nie dit is die enigste manier om te doen. As jy doen soos jy sê op dalk net vraelyste met te stuur aan huidige members,
Dit kan baie kostes beperk.
nee, verskriklik baie. Dan kan jy dalk eerder jou siviele engagement focus groups doen. Ja.
Ek kan nou nie seker raak nie.
Hierdie lyk of dit vir Ombud.
Dit was vir ons simposium. Ja. Maar nou sien dis nou alles dan wel, maar dit lyk nou dit kan vir my so goed werk.
Maar ek dink dit is goed dat jy dit weet doen. Dis jammer ons het ook in die voorstel ingesit maar dis nogal duur. Dis daai social media analysis, media landscape analysis.
Ek het dit gesê ons gaan dit nie kan doen.
Nee, maar dis baie
ons het ja, maar ons het nie genoeg. Ons het nie genoeg blootstelling aan die een kant en aan die ander kant ons is nie 'n basistopic. So daar's nie voels wat gons so. So ek weet nie of dit vir ons op hierdie staan. En of jy so gaan wees tensy dat die fokus word op ons toekoms, want onthou nou ons webwerf werk nou vir 4 jaar.
So jy weet vir die
Byvoorbeeld.
Ja.
Weet
So survey nodig vir dit. Maar dis baie as jy groei in die toekoms, kom terug daartoe daai ding wat ons het dit gedoen vir 'n ander projek nou. Oor meer masters. Eerste skool, jy kan sien wie dit kan werk.
Ek dink dit kan geweldig word.
Ja.
Maar ek weet nie of ons op daai plek. Veral nie met 'n Tombi in ons communication.
Morning.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Welcome.
Are we presenting from this?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. No, that's
Yeah. So if anything goes wrong, it's not on us.
okay. And the presentation is here.
It's there. This is his computer. Yeah.
Oh, it's your computer. You got, oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't. No, it's not. But okay. In the past, we used to send and it appeared,
Yeah.
and now
Yeah.
when we were in Germany, I knew exactly what you were going to
Yeah,
say when,
yeah,
but now I don't.
Op jou e-mailadres, ek het die e-mailadres vir my gestuur, 50 keer. Ek het nou vir jou gestuur. Kyk tog net dan.
Sal wel
Jou
wees.
webmailadres, nee.
Are we going to be sitting here?
Ek gaan kyk
Yes,
wat
that's
dit
okay.
Oh,
The
okay.
two deputy ministers will sit over there.
Oh, all right. Okay, okay.
Let's just keep those two spots.
My kantoor.
Webmail.co.za.
No, 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 no,
Ek het webmail.co.za.
yeah.
Kan jy bring na my kantoor?
Good to see you in your bed. This was my point.
I didn't bring one.
I have one.
I am very minimalist. I have a minimalist present.
Thank you. Huh? I always take you out. Yeah.
You and the other DM.
I'm with the other team.
Yes.
Oh.
The hot seat.
Yeah. What's going on? Sorry. Oh, yeah.
I will know in a moment.
It's not a joint. Just a meeting of the states.
Kijk of je van je e-mail of van je WhatsApp kan sturen. Heb ik like.
Veel zijn.
No. It's joint standing. It's not.
It's a joint standing. What a difference.
Difference is last time we had portfolio committee of defense and military data.
You know, if it's possible, just give me an indication when you want me to. Because I haven't worked this through with you now. Remember, yeah.
So there's your chair from the NGO. The other one is from the national side. Morning.
Morning, sir. Fine, thanks, sir.
Morning.
Ah, international. Yeah.
In the name of the Lord.
Oh, yeah.
Alles.
How are you keeping, General?
Fine, thanks. Fine, I can't complain, really. Yeah.
You must be glad you're no longer operational
Under these circumstances. But when we suffered those losses in the Central African Republic, yeah, I was the chief then.
You had to deal with it.
Yes, I had to. There was no other way.
It comes with the job.
It comes with the job. There's no yeah.
Not much you can do.
But at least, you know, if you are properly funded, then you can do everything that you require. Then you are confident. You know? And when you are paid, then you can take the part.
It's not because of showing money. Because
Yes, you are failed as a person. Yes, yeah, no.
it's tough.
Yeah, it's tough. But on the other side, I think we should look at this as a blessing in disguise. In the sense that it can sensitize the whole country as to the requirements to fund the defense.
Doesn't look like you want to make that change.
But I think it's time.
Because when I say it's duplicate,
Those in the defense also need to look back at this is something that has helped to leverage.
you don't want
Yeah, sure.
Because I think it's now going to be easier.
Can I send you the presentation that you produce?
not the us, because this is someone else. That is our laptop that we tested.
Yes.
I think that's
Because I'm trying now to do that through.
It's not,
I don't understand. I can't see how the president.
It's not allowing me to change it.
In that sense, although you know when you lose it,
So if I do this,
it's not nice.
duplicate it maybe from here to there.
Can I maybe have a quick try?
You see, we'll ask it now.
but it becomes real.
But then, you know, it's something.
Isn't this one
Yeah,
of
if you
these?
go
But
to where's the
one of
screen?
these is a funny thing.
Okay, yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
You just got caught in the process.
Keep it in, sir. Can I just double check something? Yeah. See if it's not allowing me there.
Yeah,
It's supposed to bring up here.
Yeah.
See, so.
it usually connects, but
It's supposed to come up here.
does it have it's a connection problem?
No, it's not a connection problem, sir. It's not.
Okay, can I email it to you?
No, I think you need to email it to the subcommittee secretary, sir. No, when we connect our laptop up, then it's going through, sir. But your laptop is not, doesn't allow us to have a presentation mode on.
Yeah.
It's strange because I often do presentations from him.
It's not allowing me to do a
I see,
duplicate.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. If we have the email address, and I can.
microphone. Use microphone.
I think that's when you want to speak.
No, it's not. Yes, I got
Your seat out. Then it comes on. I'm seat 24. I don't know how the numbering works, but
Good morning and welcome to all the honorable members to this meeting. We welcome the Deputy Minister who has joined and has become a regular face to our committee. We really appreciate that, Deputy Minister. Long may it be that way. We also welcome retired General Masondo and his delegation. We will introduce them at the right time. We have before us a bit of a long agenda, which I hope we can be able to finish still before 1 or at 1. Meanwhile, because we deal with both internal and external stakeholder issues, I want to suggest a slight change in the program, that we start after apologies. We start with the briefing by the Office of the Military Ombud, presentations 4 and 5. I would like to suggest that we take both presentations at the same time and then discuss afterwards. Once the Military Ombud is done and takes leave of us, we can then proceed to deal with the item 3, 6, 7, and closure. I would like to put it to the House. Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Chair. 2 issues. I support the proposal that you are making, but I just would like to plead that in the whole process of going through this agenda, that we make sure that there's enough time to give proper consideration to item number 6. I'm sure you understand under the circumstances why that is important, which is the consideration of the letter of extension of employment dated the 24th of December. And then can we just possibly put on the item, I think it is more for report back than discussion, whether we have received any response to my letter dated the 11th of January of this year, that followed after the meeting of the 29th of November last year, which was a comment that I made in that meeting on the 29th and promised to provide follow-up information, and then also asked for response from the DCAC and the NCACC. We just need to know what the situation is, have they responded, and have they stayed within the usual 7-day time limit that there is for such responses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think in terms of the sufficient time for discussion of item 6, it will really depend on you members, your brevity on other issues. But in terms of the response to the letter that the honorable member wrote, I'm sure that the committee secretariat can provide us with a briefing on that. Do we have so we can start with apologies.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. There's an apology from the Minister. She's in Tanzania attending the joint summit. And then from the member side, there's an apology from Mr. Kebekulu, Ms. Nontenja, Ms. Brett, and Mr. Nchingila. Thank you.
And I think we should submit an apology for members from the villages. It's really not out of ill will on their part that they are not here as we start the meeting. It's because there were no transport arrangements made for them on time. So they are on their way, so they will join us. I think but we have a quorum, so we think we should start to allow us to proceed with the meeting within our time schedule. Having done that, welcome General Masondo, and who is our military ombud. The ombud will introduce the delegation. I have their list here, but I think it will be important that you do the introduction of the delegation and their responsibilities. I hand over to you. So we will take the two presentations, one after the other, and then discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Commencing with the introduction, on my right is Mr. Bear, who's the Director, Intake and Analysis within the operational environment of my office. And at my back on extreme right is Mr. Makhalimela, he's Chief Corporate Support. And just behind me is Colonel Retired Hernand, who's the legal advisor in the office. Can I proceed then? Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable Chairs and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense, thanks for the opportunity to come before your committee to account on the work we've been doing as an office in the previous year. But before I proceed to the presentation itself, I would like to acknowledge and greet our Deputy Minister Richard Mkhongo. And also, if you would allow me some indulgence from my office, we also want to convey our condolences to the families that have lost their members in DRC. And lastly, just to thank members of the Joint Standing Committee for joining us last year at our annual symposium. It's something that we truly appreciate. Proceeding then to the presentation. With this presentation, we aim to present the Office of the Military Ombud Annual Activity Report for the financial year 23-24 as requested or instructed by the Joint Standing Committee. And to do this, we are going to cover a short introduction. We'll then touch on the overall achievements of outcomes. And we proceed to look at the overview of outcome indicator 1, which is fairly economical and expeditious resolution of written complaints within the Office of the Military Ombud. Whilst dealing with this, we'll drill down to a resolution of complaints, historical overview of cases, age analysis of complaints, analysis of complaints review. We'll then proceed to look at the overview of outcome indicator 2, which is the accountable and effective governance of the Office of the Military Ombud. We then look at the overview of communication support services, the expenditure report of the office for the year under review. Then we'll finally conclude and then allow time for questions. By way of introduction, Honorable Chairs, please allow me to state the following. The Office of the Military Ombud is an independent statutory body established under the Military Ombud Act, Act number 4 of 2012. It is mandated to investigate and resolve complaints independently and impartially, and it must perform its functions in good faith and without fear, favor, bias, prejudice, subject to the Constitution and the law. If I may pause here, I want to assure members of the Joint Standing Committee that in terms of our core work, which is investigation of complaints, we have no interference whatsoever. And also as an office, we have trained and socialized, groomed our members to perform their functions in good faith without fear, favor, bias, or prejudice. The office is committed to improving complaint resolution through a thoughtful educational and awareness initiative, effectively communicating its role and mandate to internal and external stakeholders. This effort adopts a flexible approach by leveraging various engagement channels, such as presidential imbizos, where we are normally invited, national days, community radio broadcasts, and customized outreach program to create awareness among personnel due for deployment, that is, SANDF personnel, and members of the public. Actually, we spend quite a substantial amount of our budget on the outreach program because we feel it is critical that our stakeholders understand the mandate of the office. The office is committed to upholding the trust placed by stakeholders, serving as a fair and unbiased complaints resolution platform, reinforcing governance frameworks to operate within the mandate, and conducting regular public perception survey to assess effectiveness and to create public awareness. In fact, in the current financial year, we're supposed to have a follow-up public perception survey because we do this every 4 years. But we're disappointed by the Stellenbosch University that assist us with this. So, but they've committed to assist us in the following financial year. In between those perception surveys, because they come up with recommendations in terms of how we can improve of our work and make sure that the people out there know what we do as an office. We follow them with the satisfaction surveys where we then assess after implementation those recommendations how our stakeholders or clients are perceiving us in terms of our work. One of the office's distinguishing strengths is the capacity to harness knowledge and lessons learned and to contribute meaningfully to international discussion as a member of the Geneva Center for Security Governance, DCAM for short, the International Ombud Institution, IOI, and the African Ombuds and Mediators Association, IOMA. I need to share with the committee chair that later this year in October, we'll be hosting an international conference of ombudsmen for armed forces, having been asked by DCAF. We have already been granted permission to do that, and we've actually started with the preparations. Coming then to the overall outcome achievements of the office, we have two main outcomes. The first one is fairly economical and expeditious resolution of written complaints within the office of the Military Ombud. We are currently focused on making sure that we're able to resolve complaints speedily, because if we don't do that, the complainants will not have faith in our office. The outcome indicator for that is a percentage of written complaints resolved fairly economically, expeditiously within the office of the Military Ombud. And our annual target is 75%. We need to understand that as an office, we cannot set a target higher than that, because what normally happens is we also receive a number of complaints towards the end of the financial year, which we are not able to finalize in that year, and therefore have to carry over. And I'm happy, therefore, to say we've managed to overachieve our target and attain the target of 79.6%. In terms of the second outcome, accountable and effective governance of the Office of the Military Ombud, the outcome indicator there is percentage of Military Ombud accountability documents submitted in accordance with the national prescripts. Here the target is 100%, because we cannot afford to default in terms of making sure that we comply with the national prescripts. Coming to the resolution of complaints in the year under review, with a caseload of 249 complaints made up of 276 complaints that we received in the year, and 73 complaints that we actually carried over from the previous year. We're able to finalize 278 complaints, and at the end of the year, we remained with 71. But I need to draw your attention to the fact that after closing our books, right at the end of March, there's a complaint that we received, and therefore we didn't indicate it there, but we think we must be open and transparent with you that actually we had 272 active cases as on 1 April 2024. Next slide. Looking at the historical overview of cases, we're commencing with the financial year 2020-2021, where we had a caseload of 445 complaints, made up of 297 complaints that we received in that year, and 148 complaints that we carried over from the previous year. At the end of that financial year, we had 88 cases. For the year, financial year 21-22, we had total caseload of 351 complaints, 263 of which were the complaints we received in the year. The 88 we carried over from the previous year. And at the end of that financial year, we had 58 active cases. For the year, financial year 22-23, we had a caseload of 408 complaints, made up of 350 cases that we received in year, and 58 that rolled over from the previous year. By the end of the year, we had 73 active cases. In terms of the year we're currently discussing, we had a caseload of 349 cases, made up of 276 complaints we received in the year, 73 that we carried over from the previous year, and 71 that were active at the end of the And if I can look at it previously, in terms of percentages, for the year 2020-21, the percentage resolution was 80.2%. The year 21-22, it was 83.3%. And the year 22-23, 82.7%. And for the year under review, of course, as already said, 79.6%. Now, looking at the age analysis of the complaints, this graph may be confusing. I need to just start at the last bar there, which is 71 that we're looking at. That 71 is made up of the 65 cases that we couldn't resolve at the end of the financial year, but plus the 5 that we carried over from 22-23, and 1 that we came from year 21-22. And then the active cases at the beginning of the financial year were 73. That is made up of the 69 that actually couldn't be resolved in that year, and the 4 that were carried over from 21-22. Next slide, please. Now, the analysis of the complaints received will be done by way of the following: modes of contacts logged, nature of complaints, category of new complaints received, complaints submitted per mandate of the office, rank level of complainants, gender distribution of complainants, complaints by services division and members of the public, geographic distribution of complaints, and also the manner of resolution of the complaints received. Now, as an office, as we continue receiving inquiries, we log these down, whether they are walk-in, telephone, or electronic inquiries. So out of the 106 working inquiries, 48 actually resulted into complaints. And with respect to telephone inquiries, out of the 199, 64 resulted in complaints. And in terms of electronic inquiries, out of 74, 13 actually resulted in complaints. I must indicate that electronic inquiries, these include emails and social media postings. Looking at the nature of complaint with respect to our mandate, the majority of complaints actually about the conditions of service. I must apologize, there's a mistake there. That 25 is other complaints that we received. And the 6 is the complaints from members of the public about the official conduct of members of the SANDF. Looking at the category of new complaints received, we'll notice that service benefits consisted the majority of complaints at 63. These are issues like leave, pension, and medical aid. And that was followed by termination of service where members complained about timeous payment of their pensions and things like that. And is then followed by placement and utilization at 30. And next is issues of salaries, that is remuneration, and of course the category of other, which mainly are those complaints that we refer to. And of course, in terms of the last column, indicates those who are not able to resolve within the year under review. Next, we look at complaints submitted per mandate of the office, that is from current, former members and the public. Therefore, the majority, 137, is complaints from current members, 115 from former members, and 24 from the members of the public. That 24 members of the public, sometimes the spouses of members who passed on, were inquiring about pension benefits and payment of medical benefits, or rather extension of medical benefits to their members. Next one. Now we also look at complaints per rank level. We see that most complaints come from the NCOs, followed by other ranks. The warrant officers stand at 32. Senior officers, 29 officers, junior officers, 21, and candidate officers, 5. It's gratifying that we don't get complaints from generals. But if you look at, if we can just, it's a bit worrying that you get more complaints from NCOs than other ranks, because the NCOs are supposed to be the one supervising the other ranks. If they themselves are not happy, then it means they are not able to do their work properly. The same with senior officers who are grieved more than junior officers. Looking at gender distribution, of course, currently the males are in the majority, and therefore the majority, 81% of complaints, they come from males. Anyway, usually the males are also the providers of them, so if they have complaints, they must make sure that those are lost. We then also look at the complaints per services division and members of the public. The majority of these come from the Army by virtue of the fact that the Army is the biggest service. Where there's a big of an anomalies in terms of SAMS, which has more complaints than the Navy. The reason for that is legacy issues of complaints around the OSD, occupational safety dispensation, but that is currently being resolved. But otherwise, the rest is indicated there. Looking at the geographic distribution of complaints, the majority come from Gauteng, where the office is actually located, and then the rest from the provinces. I need to indicate to members of the Joint Standing Committee that we use this information in terms of also planning our outreach program to make sure that those provinces where we receive less complaints is not because of a lack of awareness about the office. Next slide, please. Now, looking at the man of resolution, you'll see that the 103 complaints that we actually dismissed are complaints of members that not exhausted the grievance system within the defense, and because of frustration come to our office. It's an issue that is worrying us, and we're talking to the defense to ensure that they comply with time frames in terms of attending to the grievances of their members. Because if they don't do that, then the members lose patience and come to our office. And then the next category is the 44 that were referred to the appropriate institution. Also, that indicates to us that we need to intensify our outreach program so that our stakeholders know exactly the mandate of the office and don't complain to the office on issues that don't fall within the mandate. And of course, the next big category is those dismissed on merit, that is after investigation, and we find that there was no merit in the complaints. The rest is indicated there. Now we're looking at our outputs, the first one being the strategic, the second output being strategic direction provided. There we look at issues like the master record index for policies, for strategies and for plans. And of course there we are happy we've been able to actually attain our annual target. And the area also where we focus on is the area of where the auditor actually audits the department. So we want to not find ourselves on the wrong with the Auditor General. So we try our best to eliminate issues of fruitless and wasteful expenditure and irregular expenditure. And of course, the last two is percentage of military ombud accountability document submitted according to national prescripts, which is 100%, and we attain that together with compliance of the office to parliamentary activities. And in terms of corporate support provided, the focus there is on communication. There we're not able to achieve the set target because as part of our outreach program, we were supposed to visit some units in the Free State, but there were some challenges at the time, and therefore we couldn't conduct those visits. Looking at the communication, overview of the communication service. During the reporting period, the office conducted various outreach programs, including public activation, stakeholder engagement, education, and awareness programs. The purpose of outreach and community awareness programs is to create a communication platform between the office and members of the public to educate the public regarding the support that the office can provide in respect of complaints pertaining to the official conduct of members of the SANDF. The Joint Operation Mission Readiness Induction Training, where Joint Ops normally invite us to, has really become one of the most progressive platforms for educating SANDF members on the office mandate and human rights issues before their deployment, whether internal or externally. And through partnerships with municipalities, GCIS, and other government departments, the office has conducted public activations during presidential imbizos, public participation events, national days, and other municipality community engagement. The office has strengthened its international relations with various stakeholders, enhancing its global profile. It has gained valuable insight by exchanging knowledge with other ombuds institutions through high-level discussions and virtually capacity building initiatives. So all in all, we're able to conduct 66 outreach events, 38 of which were outreach activities and pop-up offices. Perhaps I must explain the pop-up offices. We try to compensate for the fact that our office is only in Gauteng. So when we conduct these outreach programs, then we'll have an office temporarily in that area during the period of the outreach, so that people can then go there and lodge their complaints, or if they need clarification, then they go to those offices. The reason we cannot extend our national footprint is because of challenges with our budget currently. So we are closing that gap through the pop-up offices. Then we had 18 public activations, and 10 were mission readiness training. And of course, the distribution of those outreach programs is as depicted there in the map, with the majority being in the Eastern Cape. Coming to the expenditure of our budget in the year under review, we're able to spend 87% of our budget, which is at 58,585,000. I need to share with members of the committee that we are challenged when it comes to the budget for the compensation of employees. That is one item where we always overspend, because a cap has been placed in terms of how much we can pay for it. And that amount that is set there is amount less than amount sufficient to pay employees of the office. So that situation is a matter that we've been raising with the department, but we are not getting a resolution to. And if you look at our operating budget, ever since I joined the office, we have never been able to spend more than 50% of our operating budget. The reason being reliance on the procurement and supply chain of the Department of Defense, which is less than ideal in terms of supporting the office. And this somehow hampers our work. But overall, that is the status in terms of our expenditure. If you allow me to then conclude, the office performance for the financial year 23-24 demonstrates significant progress in resolving a wide range of complaints, underscoring our commitment to efficiency and effectiveness. With a notable 79% resolution rate, the office has made tangible strides in delivering timely solutions. Looking ahead, the office will continue to leverage this momentum to refine processes, further enhancing outcomes. By doing so, the office reinforces its pivotal role of promoting fairness, accountability, and trust. This ultimately benefits SANDF members and the broader community, and ensures the integrity of our operations. By investigating and resolving complaints timeously, promoting awareness and upholding governance, the office is an impartial platform for resolving issues affecting SANDF members and the public. The office's unwavering commitment to excellence and international collaboration further solidifies its position as a promoter of fairness and transparency. This brings me to the end of the first presentation.
Thank you, General. I'm sure we can proceed to the next.
Yes, yes, but they're still loading it. With this presentation, Honorable Chairs and members, we aim to provide a status report as requested by the committee on the implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding and the service level agreement between the Department of Defense and the Office of the Military Ombud. And I must say that we are happy as an office that we have an interest on this issue, because it's an issue that is bothering our office. Of course, in terms of the scope, we'll cover introduction, historical overview, and then we will request support from the committee, and finally allow for questions. By way of introduction, the office is an independent statutory body established under the Military Ombud Act number 4 of 2012. It is mandated to investigate and resolve complaints independently and impartially. It must perform its functions in good faith and without fear, favor, bias, prejudice, subject to the Constitution and the law. Expenditure for the administration of the office is funded from monies appropriated by Parliament. Actually, our budget is a line item on the budget of the Defence Force. Although the Military Ombud is required to account for all monies received and paid by the office, it does not have self-accounting status to operate independently from the DoD. So as the Ombud, I'm not an accounting officer. The accounting officer is the Secretary for Defense. And therefore, whenever I need to spend my money, I must get the authority from the Secretary for Defense. Operational support received from the DoD is limited and inadequate to timeously and effectively meet the operational requirements of the office. Okay. To address the above shortcoming, the office entered into a formal MOU with the DoD for provision of assistance to the Office of the Military Ombud. And that MOU was entered into in June 2018 for a period of 5 years. The MOU expired in June 2023, and during financial years 23-24, various interactions took place between the DoD and the office to conclude a new MOU to replace the expired one, as discussed above. The draft MOU was provided to the DoD on the 17th of January for scrutiny and comments, and we are still waiting for that so that we can then finalize the new MOU. The main functional areas where the office requires assistance from the DoD in terms of the MOU is in terms of finance management, logistical support, information, communication and technology, strategy, planning and reporting, human resource management, and complaints resolution. I need to explain complaints resolution. We don't want them to assist them, but rather when we seek information from the department, that they provide that information timeously so that we can be able to finish our investigation of our complaints speedily. Despite the above MOU, the DoD failed to optimally assist the officers agreed upon in the MOU. And the office made several efforts to have the above MOU sufficiently implemented, and one of those efforts was to engage the minister, which resulted in her signing and issuing a ministerial directive, which was dated the 25th of October 2018, actually instructing the Secretary for Defense to implement the MOU. Despite this, the office did not receive the required cooperation. And on 12 February 2019, again, the minister was approached by the office, and she issued a letter of instruction to the Secretary for Defense to once again implement the MOU. And however, nothing resulted from this. The dire situation of the office continued, and there was an attempt to implement the directive by establishing a joint task team between the office and the DOD. Even with that, not much progress has been made. In the meantime, Treasury has been worried about the mushrooming of the oversight institution, and we have come up with a concept of shared services. You know? And when we indicated that we are already in that mode of shared services, they said, well, they will assist us in terms of trying to ensure that that is implemented. So they actually advise or propose that we must come up with what called a super agreement, which we must enter into with the department. And of course, we then drafted a service level agreement, which we submitted to Treasury and the Office of the Secretary for Defense. And in October, we're actually trying to get Treasury to assist, convene a meeting where this could be discussed with the Secretariat, and we can actually get firm commitment from the department that the MOU, or rather the service level agreement, will be implemented. Now, out of frustration, we're at a point, Honorable Chair members, where we feel that the committee can play a pivotal role in the following respects. By engaging the leadership of the DOD, just to ensure that the MOU and the service level agreement can be finalized and then implemented. And also, if you could assist by regularly monitoring implementation of that, and if there's non-implementation, perhaps also report to the minister. But as an office, we are still proceeding with attempts to review our legislation so that we can become a public entity and be able to perform our functions efficiently. That brings me to the end of our two presentations, and we are now open to a question, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much for the presentations. Honorable members, I place the report before you for discussion. Honorable Hati.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I've only got 3 questions, and I will number them because we have a history of questions just disappearing in the fog. So my question 1 relates to, actually I've got 4 questions, but on the first presentation I've got 3 questions. First one, on slide number 7, on the historical overview of the cases, in the past 4 years, 1,263 cases were actually finalized. Now, finalized would also include dismissed, which is actually about 72% of your cases. So roughly about 28% was actually dealt with in some way or the other, and most of them may have been settled. But I would like to know, out of those 1,263 cases over the 4-year period, how many of those cases actually resulted in a recommendation to the minister? And then, how many of those that was actually referred to the minister did have an outcome? Then that's my first question. My second question would relate to page 18, slide number 18 of the presentation. Yeah, this slide 18 is about the high number of cases who are simply dismissed. The chances of a member or a member of the public submitting a complaint to the Ombudsman is actually just 25% of, has got a chance of 25% of not being dismissed on some of the other grounds. Now, I see there are outreach programs which I'll come to my third question, but it's clearly that the outreach doesn't work. And it means that roughly 75%, 72% average, but about 3/4 of the complaints still leaves an unsatisfied person behind at the end because my case was dismissed, it wasn't heard. And I would agree that some of these cases complaints are spurious, but some of them are serious. And you leave behind unhappy people, unhappy members. And there's an outreach program, but just on this, it's not very successful. I would like to get some comment on that. My third question would then relate to the outreach communication, the outreach programs. And I failed to understand, yes, budget constraints were mentioned, but I failed to understand the thinking behind this. For instance, we have Limpopo. We have 29 complaints over the last year, but there were 16 outreach programs. Right. Same goes to the Northwest. 2 complaints, 19 complaints, 2 outreach. The Western Cape, 26 complaints, 0 outreach. Eastern Cape, 20 complaints, almost the same number of outreach programs, 18. That's KwaZulu-Natal. Eastern Cape, 25 complaints, 20 outreach programs. What would I say to somebody saying, well, you see, there's no money for outreach programs. Gauteng, 125 complaints and 2 outreach programs. I would say from this that the people who are doing the outreach programs predominantly comes from Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. Why the discrepancy? Why is there no proportionality between complaints and outreach programs? In other words, also outreach programs and the members out there. This is strange. So if there's a limited budget, surely there should at least be some proportionality. This is very serious. Then the last presentation about the status report of implementation of the MOU between the service and the Department of Defence, and this is again shocking. And I can't ask questions from you, General. I would like the Deputy Minister to come to us and explain to us, give us a reasonable explanation for the mess that we find ourselves in. Because this is the reason why the Ombud is being regarded as a bulldog without teeth. That's my 4 questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the Military Ombud for the 2 presentations, which I think are very informative. But, Chair, it also raises several concerns. And for me, the most significant concern that comes out of both the presentations that we've received this morning is the issue of the independence and the power of the Military Ombud. As we heard today, the Military Ombud is entirely dependent in terms of the budgetary management to the Department of Defence. And we all know whoever holds the purse strings determines the final outcome. He who pays the piper decides on the tune. Now, the military ombud is supposed to have that independence, to be able to have the strength to inquire, and I think at the same time to provide solutions which one would hope that the Department of Defense and military veterans would take into consideration. My concern is, Chair, and I base this also on what we were told last year when we attended the seminar in Pretoria, that the recommendations of the military ombud are just that, recommendations. And that you do not get the necessity of the Minister of Defense responding to those recommendations and implementing them. And if I remember correctly from the presentations that we received then, there were a considerable number of recommendations that the Minister took note of, but did not act on them. Now, Chair, my impression is that the military ombud is trying very hard to run a tight ship. But the problem that you are faced with is that the consequence of your work in terms of its impact is not guaranteed. And that is exactly what my colleague referred to, that you get considered as a dog without teeth, and that is sad. Chair, in terms of the presentation, I'm also concerned that it seems that the physical presence of where the office of the military ombud is determines to some extent the number of complaints. That shows to me that there's a problem with regards to your outreach programs. It also shows to me that there's probably a problem with regards to your your information technology access for members to be able to register complaints even when they're not in the physical proximity of the office. And then lastly, Chair, and that concerns me about the second presentation that we received here today. It is truly disconcerting that even the MOU that had been agreed to, and that MOU was certainly not adequate. It certainly didn't address some of these concerns that I've just referred to, including also creating an environment of independence for the military ombud, that MOU was not implemented. And I would like to understand why that is the case. And again, yes, the Deputy Minister needs to answer probably more than the military ombud. But it seems that we have a problem here that the Secretary of Defense is the second toothless dog in the Department of Defense. And is there a problem between the role that the Secretary of Defense has to play and the role that is being played by the Chief of the South African National Defence Force? Because we are aware that there had been an attitude by those in uniform and by the Chief of the South African National Defence Force that they do not take instructions from a civilian. So there's a structural problem here. And how does that impact on the work of the military ombud? And finally, Chair, I think it is unacceptable that it has taken as long as it has to finalize the second memo of understanding. This should have been done long ago. That memorandum of understanding should have been supported far more effectively by the predecessors to the current minister. Because if I understood correctly, General, the ministers that you're referring to were predecessors to Minister Angie Motshekga. But the challenge is still in the court of Minister Motshekga to make sure that when there are directives made by the minister, that those directives will be implemented. And again, and I'm concluding with this, Chair, this comes back to that gap of authority between the Secretary of Defense and the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, because it seems, regardless of whatever the Secretary may commit herself to, she doesn't have the authority to implement. And that impacts on your ability to be able to do your job. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Let me just latch on to what my colleague has touched on earlier, and that is the independence of the Ombud. It is, when I read through the through the presentation, and when the General presented now, it became obvious that the Ombud appears to be part of the military, which should not be the case, because the Ombud should be completely independent and separate from the Department of Defense. Now, because of the extreme important role that these type of bodies or organizations play, or organs play, with regard to oversight in the state, it is incomprehensible that the budget of the military ombud is still falling under the DOD. And I'll tell you why. If you look at the first bullet of the last presentation, it says that the Office of an Independent Statutory Body established under the Military Ombud Act 2012, Act number 4, and then the next mandate is mandated to investigate and resolve complaints independently and impartially. If you go to the fourth bullet, it says then that although the military ombud is required to account for all monies received or paid by the office, it does not have self-accounting status to operate independently from the DOD, bringing us to the point what the General has said, that when they want to procure, and they've only spent 75% of their budget, when they want to procure, they must go through the supply chain process of the Department of Military, the Department of Defense. Now, it cannot be right, because if you are an independent body, you must operate independently. Obviously, and I'm going to put that in layman's language, obviously, if you oversee, if you're an ombud and you oversee the military, obviously there's going to be some kind of hostility and some kind of animosity when it comes to your office and the perception of your office. And therefore, you must be totally independent, to operate independently, to investigate independently, and to stand as an independent body. And I'm actually surprised that the military ombud does not qualify, or is not in terms of the law registered as a Section 9 institution. Because the Section 9 institution, the role and responsibility of the Section 9 institution chairperson is to ensure that organs of state live up to the ideals of constitutionalism and are held to account for their actions or inactions. And this is an important phrase and constitutional imperative to qualify the military ombud as a Section 9 institution. Completely, totally independent and impartial. You should not be attached. We had successes last year. Some of the colleagues that served with us on the Portfolio Committee of Police, we had success in terms of IPUT, we had stated successes in terms of the Judicial Inspectors for Correctional Services, that were also falling under the Department of Corrections. They are totally independent now, with their own budget, with their own supply chain processes, with their own vehicles, and everything is just independent. I think, Chairperson, we as a committee must look seriously into the total and complete independence of the military ombud, and also with regard to the increase in budget. We've heard that they have a tiny budget. Now, you know, we cannot go on with the ombud because they haven't been at this place and this place and this place, and they haven't done some displays there and oversight there and so on, because their budget is limited. It's a tiny budget. We must also then look at the increase in budget so that their role become more effective and that so that they can reach out to more provinces and more bases where there are problems. Then, Chairperson, we are perturbed by the high rate of complaints, as we've seen in the presentation. It's very high. And fortunately, the General has now touched on the fact that no General has submitted complaints. There's certainly reasons for the fact that no General has submitted complaints. I don't want to go in there. But it's coming from the lower bottom, the complaints. And I want to ask the General, what do we do? We've seen the nature of complaints. But what do we do with the complaints that the Ombud has not concluded on? Is it ruled out? Is it just forgotten? Is it, what happens to those complaints? Because certainly when somebody submits a complaint, there must be some merit in that complaint. So which is the next level where you take it to? And then, yes, the nature of those outstanding complaints can in many ways be serious, but what type of relief do you have to escalate those complaints? Simultaneously, we can also look at the issue of inquiries, the walk-in inquiries, those inquiries that are registered. It can be serious, and what happened to those outstanding. I'm almost done, Chairperson. I've discussed the nature of complaints. There's the termination of service, there's service benefits, and we know now, General, through the Chairperson, that many military veterans are currently struggling to access their benefits. I'm dealing with matters like that right now, where they struggle to access their pension benefits. They write. I submitted a case yesterday where a certain military veteran is struggling for 3 years now. And that veteran is writing email on email on email on email, and he does not even get answered. So what are we doing with those people that want to access their military benefits like medical aid? Many of them are sick. Many of them are forgotten, but they were working for this country in the military, and they need to have their benefits. Now, if you don't have a budget, for instance, the military ombud, if you don't have a budget to further investigate these issues, then it becomes a useless exercise. If you cannot employ the relevant expertise or experts to investigate, then it becomes a futile exercise. It's going to be a vicious cycle all over, that you're going to repeat this which you do this year, you're going to repeat it next year and the year after the next year. And then we have seen on the presentation that there were no irregular wasteful expenditure. It's actually very commendable to say in the current climate where such a lot of corruption is taking place, but we must take your word for this. Now, you've spent less than 50% of the operational budget, this is my last question, due to supply chain procedure. Now, I don't want to put words in your mouth, General, through the Chairperson, but I shall take it that the reason why you spent only 50% of your budget is because of a lot of bureaucracies in the supply chain process. Bureaucracies. And the processes cannot be streamlined. In other words, they will put a tender back to you and they will put a normal ordinary quotation. They will keep it on the desk for 3 months. And then only 3 months or 6 months they will come back to you. I want to ask from you, how can this committee assist you? What do you have in your mind? How you can be assisted in terms of streamlining the supply? We understand that the supply chain office is seated in the Department of Defense. But we are now we are proposing to say, what do you propose in order to get your organization or your body also independent in terms of supply chain? How can we recommend legislation to make it easier for you to do your own supply chain processes? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I will actually start where my colleague have ended on the supply chain. I'm worried with the ombuds depending on DOT for supply chain measures. As we've been presented that they're having 79 supply chain points themselves. Actually, DOT will be an 80th supply chain point, and how efficiently will they be able to help you with supply chain if they themselves don't have a centralized supply chain system in the Defense Department itself. So that is one of a serious concern, Chair, that I think is not going to be assisted in this meeting, but it's actually supposed to be dealt with the Department of Defense as to how do we make them in first to centralize the supply chain as Defense Department itself. Then to the ombuds itself, I would like, because the general stats is just giving us numbers on how many cases have been done, and I will actually want you to give us also the turnaround time. How long do you take approximately to solve a case in general, from the beginning of complainant to, because like that is why it is one of the things that is frustrating soldiers, that I submit the case, the turnaround time become 3 years, 4 years, therefore I give up because my case is not handled sufficiently and efficiently enough. Then, Chair, on the absence of a memorandum of understanding, I'm just trying to find myself, if you are still in negotiations now on a memorandum of understanding, what is the cooperation now? If you already have a problem with DOT on supplying and how you procure your things, what is the situation now with that not being in place? How is it going to affect you in your next annual report on spending as the department, as the ombudsman, as you are still till date, you haven't signed the MOU? And that to me, Chair, is one of a serious concern. The independence of this structure itself, we must, Chair, maybe at the later stage in our tenure, begin to discuss how do we put legislation in place that is totally going to make the ombuds an independent body. You cannot oversee somebody that is having access to your intelligence, because what we are saying here now is that somebody can see what you are doing, ombudsman, at any time when you are in your operationals working as an independent structure. The person or the people that are complained about are actually having access to what you are doing. And that cannot actually be something that is going to help us as the country. So I think, Chair, later stage, we must begin to see how do we propose legislation to make sure that the Ombudsman become totally independent from the Department of Defense. Thank you.
Honorable Shelley, followed by Godsell, Hala, and Pito.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chair, here what I think the office of the Ombudsman, as it's an independent office, I think the office of the Ombudsman must really be in charge of every functions that every functions of the department, because I see a suffocation here, Honorable Chair. The office of the Ombudsman will be suffocated. Remember that the same office It's an office that it deals with the investigations when it receives the complaints from different places, from different departments in the Defense Force. Definitely, it will suffocate because it depends on the budget that comes from the DOD. Actually, it's independent, but financially they depend on the Defense Force. And remember, it deals with the investigations. And some of the investigations, they implicate the generals. The one that they don't have, I saw 0 complaints. The one that they don't have complaints, you can see that everything from them, it's relaxed. But when coming to the functions of the ombudsman, they will make it a point that they suffocate the ombudsman. Now, what is my take here? I think it will be okay if the office, the whole office of the ombudsman, they are given their own budget and run their own budget, because are the ones who knows exactly what are they doing in the office of the ombudsman, and the office itself, it's an office that it's not supposed to run short of resources. But I'm telling you, Chair, you never will always get these complaints from the ombudsman's office that they are in short of resources and all that. Definitely, the generals, I know these people, something that is, implicates them, they'll make it a point that they suffocate each and every function of the ombudsman. Now here, I think this thing of a budget, if it can be sorted, I think everything can go smooth. And yeah, I think next time it will be good, and it will be wise for the ombudsman, when you give a report, just be in detail so that it can be, it give us as a committee a chance to follow each and every complaint. Like for instance, when you say from Navy, I received such complaints, and get into detail what type of a complaint was it, so that it can be easy for us to follow. I think I'm understood. I am understood. Yeah, we need details. If you can be detailed so that it can be easy for us to follow what happened, what have you achieved, what you didn't achieve, and which complaint that gave you a problem, because I know that they are going to give you problems. As long as that is why the generals, they don't have complaints. Everything for them, it's fine. But the juniors down there are complaining. Definitely, they are implicated, are complaining about them. That is why you are going to be suffocated financially. Thank you very much, Comrade Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Comrade is still a very hearty prefix. Thank you. Comrade Gotze.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the Military Ombud for their presentation. I just have a question on slide number 17 of the first presentation, the analysis of complaints received. In light of the fact that there has been a previous precedent set for the Ombud to investigate complaints that I think came from Mozambique, this slide only reflects complaints received from the 9 provinces within the country, and my question is whether you have received and or investigated any complaints received from specifically the DRC.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I'll be talking to the second presentation. Page 7, bullet point 3 and 4. And the question I have, I had thought that I would ask those questions to General, but I've decided not to because it's the Secretary for Defense who's supposed to answer these 2 questions. Page 8, bullet point 1, General talks about the shared services model. My question would be, how far are you with the proposed shared service model? And lastly, you also spoke about super agreement, and I was even asking my colleague next to me, what is a super agreement that you entered to? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just on page 10 on the question that was asked by Honorable Kharik, just to take on the cases that you dismiss perhaps as non-complainants, whether do you also fall by informing those who complained and giving them reasons why they could not fall into the category of real complaints so that they don't continue submitting complaints which will never be considered. And then on page 14, the 108 cases that you refer to, just wanted to check, as you say, they really concerns you, whether what is it that, General, will you recommend based on the balance of non-commissioned officers complaining like that? And probably if you did, how the department responded to your concerns on what you discover out of that. And also what could be the contributing factors in terms of how you analyzed those cases. And page 16, the nature of complaints from the 145, yeah, the SA Army. It is clear, Chair, that if that section of the defense it's having such a high complaint, it should be a worrying factor. And why will we have such many complaints from that area? And how are you processing those complaints, if ever they form part of the report you gave? The merits of those cases, I think it is important, perhaps if they are highlighted. Someone made an indication of where the committee can become of support in assisting in that regard. And Chair, the 103 cases which also General indicated that they are worrying, how actually the department responded. As you said, it will seem like the department is not doing its part in addressing the concerns or complaints that are brought to their attention, and they ended up with the ombuds. That means somehow there is a dereliction of duty from the department, and we will need to follow up as to what is happening there. And then on page 19, you made an indication that there are campaign awareness which you could not complete in the Free State. I will just want to check whether in your ensuing financial year you will be completing those uncompleted areas. Perhaps if you can also identify them, I think for all the provinces, so that we can somehow be able to follow on those awareness campaigns, but also linking that with the constituency offices in the partnerships that you are having when you implement your awareness campaigns. I didn't see where you mentioned constituency offices, something that I will put forward that you should also include in your campaigns, because those are important offices in terms of being accessed by the community. I think that will be all, Chair, of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The last hand.
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. Thank you to the General for the two presentations that has been put before us. I think I'm partly covered by Honorable Pito on the completion of the outstanding cases by the next financial year. But Chair, I must indicate that I want to agree with submissions made by the honorable members that spoke before me. Hence, I have the following three questions that emanate from the submissions that they have already made. I want to just get an understanding on how frequent does the Office of the Ombuds engage with the leadership of defense to address the systemic issues within the defense itself, especially based on the cases that you receive each and every time. My second question will be that, has there ever been a recommendation from yourself for policy changes on the complaints that you have ever received? And the last one is that, what long-term systematic changes do you think are necessary within the defense to better support the support service to members and their families? And this emanates from the submissions that have just been made by Honorable Gerike. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Before I take the call, Chair, I must note to the members who arrived late that we had noted your apology. We had submitted it. I think on behalf of the Secretariat, we must apologize to you for the arrangements. I think we will try to do better next time, especially if we have a meeting after SONA or events of this nature. I must, though, indicate, members, that there was a member last night who sent me a text saying, so the reason we are having this meeting is to ensure that they do not join festivities overnight. I indicated firmly that no. So I shall not mention the member by name. I will let her conscience Ma'am, Honorable Sokhanyi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me greet the members of the committee. Let me greet the Deputy Minister, the Ombudsman, and the officials that are here. Co-Chair, I've also recognized you. Chairperson, I want to tender an apology for arriving late. I was messed by the officials because I had to take an Uber myself, and I don't take it light, but unfortunately, it had to break down and also again look for another one. I've paid twice today, and I'm late in the meeting. It's not my own making. I'm apologizing for that, but I had some questions also. If you'll pardon me, if maybe it's not an area that you are dealing with, because the reporter got it, I was looking at it, especially on the complaints of the ombudsman, whereby in the 23-24 financial year, there were 137 complaints, and 49% of those complaints are from the current members of SANDAF. Then I wanted to check if we're having that rate. Does Ombudsman sit with the generals to alert them about the discomfort of the soldiers? Because if we have the people that are not happy and working a crucial job like that one, always carrying a gun, there will be suicidal cases that will be registered. I didn't see them, fortunately, here in the report. But I wanted to check, and their time frames in terms of attending to the cases and the response given to the people that have lodged a complaint. Then also looking at the complaints registered, males, they complain more than female. Maybe it is because in the army, there are more males than women. Maybe it will be like that. Then also, I was looking at the provinces. Gauteng has registered more, but looking at the outreach program that has been done, you'll find that there are 2 programs of outreach done in Gauteng as compared to other provinces. Maybe the basis, because to me, if you're having higher complaints as a province, the focus must be based on that. And then lastly, our soldiers are scattered all over the country. Do the office of the ombudsman try to reach those soldiers? Because some of them are in those countries. They have their own complaint. Maybe they're not able to lodge their complaint wherever they are. Do they visit and make them, sensitize them that it is their right to lodge a complaint? That's all. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Yes.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Well, as some of the issues and concerns been addressed, but one may need to emphasize to the office of the Ombud. Well, it's clear that we have the writing in front of us to say Ombud is an independent statutory body, but in actual fact, it's not. Now, the question is, how can we help and motivate what needs to be done to ensure that that word of independent is made a reality? Now, your clients, most of them, except the public, are coming from the DOD. These are your clients. And the complaints are related to the functioning and the operations of the DOD. Now, how do you satisfy that need? Because you are being funded by the same person your clients are complaining about. I think, if we can look at that to see if that act is really, working as compared to other, Section 59 institutions. That is number one. And then, two, I'm just checking now, when it comes to the issue of the referrals, if the person has not met the time as required, but that was not intentional, was through ignorance, because was not aware what protocols to be followed, are you not considering that person who has not met, the deadline to be considered because of not having the information at the time? When it comes to that MOU, it's very, very difficult for us. We are sitting here with you, but there's no, agreement in place. And the question is, how is the DoD funding you, knowing exactly that there's no memorandum of understanding? How are they funding you? Does that not create query in the AG report? I think, I can't, repeat, all, but it's very, very worrying if you look, that there are numerous attempts that are made by you to ensure that, the MOU is entered to. But there is a side that seems to be reluctant to entertain your request. How can we help you? Are you saying this portfolio committee must start engaging with the minister to see why it is taking so long, why they are making your work, very, very difficult? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. And thank you for taking the initiative.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, honourable members. Good morning, General, and the team. Mine is very short, General Masondo. The Military Ombud Act is a legislative document with three important descriptions. That's the object, the functions, and the responsibilities. These are they not? Is it not giving you enough powers to act instead of relying or waiting to sign an MOU and service level agreement with the minister? I've not read I did not have time to read the act. Now my issue is that is it not enough? Does it not give you enough power to do your work as legislated? Thank you.
Thank you. Just one question on my part. Yes, just one question on my part. It's with regard to electronically submitted complaints. The website is not functional now, or is there another website or another way of ensuring that people who can lodge complaints electronically and those who have are able to access reports or information with regards to the ombuds and issues related to the complaints they would have lodged? Thank you. Now, we will ask you to respond. I would like to give you until latest 12. That's considering the number of questions asked. I say so because we still have other agenda items that we need to deal with. And the meeting must end at 1 because other members are traveling. So I think you should try to answer. There are questions which were directed to the office of the minister, which I'm sure the deputy minister would be able to respond to, or at least commit to responding to, particularly regarding the MOU and so on. So I would like to ask you, General, to try and be brief, concise, and try to answer the questions that you think are most urgent. I know all the questions are important, but others we would request that they are responded to in writing. But thank you. We can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We'll try and respond to the question in the sequence in which they were posed, starting with a question from Honorable Cutting, and to assure him that we are not going to try and evade any question. Those that we are not able to answer now will provide answers in writing. Especially the first question in terms of the total number of complaints that we received from the financial 2021 to date, and how many of those actually were reduced to recommendations to the minister. I'm not sure if you want to have that figure, or we can come back with it later.
I don't have the figure for
Yeah.
the full 4 years,
Yes.
but I do know that of all the reports submitted, there's the project of the project of the 100 that was resubmitted that former ministers did not deal with to this minister, and currently, since she took office, approximately 30 to which she has dealt with just more than 15, around 16 of the 30 since she took office. Because I'm just saying it's not just for that year, but for the full 4 years, we can respond in details.
Yeah, we'll provide that response.
Mr. Chair, before we move on, can we get then just a status of the resubmitted 100?
It's a project. So it's a project. We will.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please allow us to provide that answer in writing, because we are not able to provide the stats. Then the second question is about the issue of maybe our office leaving complainants, 75% of them being unhappy because we dismiss their. When we dismiss a complaint, we provide a reason to the complainant why we dismiss a complaint. And in cases of the complaints that fall outside our mandate, we state exactly that your complaint cannot be entertained for reason ABC is outside the mandate. And therefore, it says to us, we must actually intensify our outreach program, so that people out there understand the mandate and actually can therefore lodge complaints in accordance with the mandate. But I need to say as well, our acts and regulations are restrictive in the sense that a complaint has to be lodged in a certain manner. You actually complete a complaint form. And we actually take steps to actually assist members who don't do that, send the complaint form and all that. And finally, when they don't do that, then we dismiss the case, So I can assure you, Honorable, that we try our best to make sure that at the end of the investigation process, the complainants are left understanding why we were not able to deal with that case. And also, you pose a question in terms of the relation of the number of complaints to the outreach program. Honorable, when I joined the office, the members were saying, we must go on outreach program to increase the number of complaints. I said, no, that is not the case. We embark on an outreach program to create awareness about our mandate. And through our work, actually, you know, the department or the SANDF gets better in its administration. You know? So when we don't receive complaints, it may be that the members in that region are generally happy with the administration of their units in the area. So, but we constantly go back to these units because at times there are new members coming in and all that, to make sure that even those new members are well aware of our mandate and can, if they are aggrieved in accordance to the mandate, they can actually lodge complaints with our office. The difficult part is with the members of the public. You know, South Africa is big, and we've got a constrained budget in terms of covering all sorts of South Africa. So the focus in terms of our outreach strategy is on those areas where the SANDF is deployed, because we feel that in the interaction of the SANDF with members of the public, they may be aggrieved about the official conduct of members of the SANDF and therefore lodge complaints. And then the issue of the MOU, that was just a comment. So I take it, you know, with the department. So I want to then step off this. Coming to the question from Honorable Niels, concern about the independence of the office, I think it is valid. As an office, we've been pursuing this matter. We engaged GTEC, Government Technical Advisory Service, to actually make a feasibility study. What is the best form the office must adopt to be fully independent, you know? And they recommended that it must become a Schedule 3A public entity. So we've been trying to pursue that, but in the process of doing that, Treasury then was complaining about the fact that that model will actually be expensive, which is why now they are coming with the concept of shared services, which endorses the current arrangement. But the gap in that is the problem with the support that we are getting, which is not, which is less than ideal. Coming to the issue of...
Chair, sorry. Sorry, General. I just want to ask a follow-up question, because I understand what you say in terms of the response that they've given, unacceptable as it is, because what you wanted to see was independence. Yes. So they now talk about some public, you were talking about advice for a public entity, which could give some independence. My issue is it not possible that we should rather go the route that was also advised in the comments made by my fellow member, Honorable Virgil Gericke, that we need to have it having the same status as the public protector and those bodies that are provided for in Section 9 of the Constitution. Certainly that will give it the legal authority and also the independence. Was that also considered, and what was the response of Treasury also to that in terms of financial implications? And sadly, I don't think, although financial implications are important in this instance, it should be the overriding factor, because it is about the effectiveness of the institution. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. But what that will entail is the expansion of the office, because in the areas of supply chain, there's to be division of work and all that, to make sure that we comply with the prescripts. So those are the issues that the treasurer is worried about. But if we can get that, I think we'll be able to function optimally as an office. On the
General, so by that you mean you will be happy with that? You don't need to have the same status as the public protector?
no, we don't need to have the same status as the public protector.
But it wouldn't be advanceful to you to do so.
We are going to struggle with the meeting. May I request that they respond? If there are any follow-up requests, we can then submit to them in writing, because they are left with 7 minutes.
Apologies, Chair, I accept that ruling.
Then the next, I think, issue that concerned Honorable Ineos is the fact that our recommendations are not binding. As an office, I think we're happy with the fact that they are not binding, because we want the recommendations to be accepted on the strength of the work that we have done, that will be convincing that we have done thorough work. Because if our recommendations become binding, then the relationship between us and the department becomes conflictual. We are always in courts, we are being challenged and all that, and I don't think we'll be able to attain more through that. Because even with the public protector, her recommendations are binding, but from time to time she has to summon minister to find out why are they not implementing a recommendation. You know? And then the issue of the location of the office, it is true it determines the number of the complaints that will, which also answers why in terms of Gauteng we've got more complaints than other regions. Because by virtue of being in Gauteng, people are able to come to our office, we interact with them from time to time. They come to the activities that are organized by the office. So generally they are aware of it. But there is a requirement to have a national footprint so that we can be able to service everybody. And then the others were just comments about and concerns about the MOU, which I think the ministry must try and intervene, assist. And then the question from Honorable Kharek, concerned that our budget falls under the department. Yes, our budget is a line item on the budget of the Defence Force. The constraining factor is the fact that the Ombud is not an accounting officer. So he cannot be able to spend his budget according to the needs of his office, which is why, therefore, we think if we become a Schedule 3 public entity, we will be able to deal with this. Oh, yes. And then the other question, what is done with those complaints that are not finalized within the financial year? Those are carried over to the next financial year. We continue investigating them until we finalize them, and therefore, at the end of that, we advise the complainants of the outcome. Now, it is a fact that military veterans are struggling to access benefits from the military veterans department. And those benefits actually don't fall under the mandate of our office. But what we do, because we've got an MOU with the military veterans department, we refer these to the military veterans department to try and assist those members. But I think we need to have more meetings with them, because sometimes we send these things, people remain aggrieved, they don't do something about it. And of course, on the issue of our budget being us not being able to spend more than 50% of the budget because of the red tape within the defense supply chain, it is an issue that is of grave concern to us as well. And I think with the MOU in place and being implemented, this can improve. It will give us enhanced autonomy. Chair, I want to make an apology. You know, I don't know all the members of the committee by name, but I'll just respond to your question. Yeah. Then there's a question about the turnaround time that it takes the office to resolve cases. At one point, it was taking the office close to 4 years and all that just to resolve complaints, you know. And then we decided that we must establish a forum. There's a liaison forum at the level of the staff between my office and the department, where we then look at the issues that are actually slowing down the process of finalizing a complaint. And at my level, with the Chief of the Defence Force, we've got monthly meetings where, if problems cannot be resolved at the liaison forum, then they are elevated to my meeting with the Chief, so that we can then resolve that and have progress in terms of investigation of the complaints. Because of those structures, the turnaround has actually improved. So what we tell ourselves, that if a case is complex, at least we must take a year to finalize it, not more than a year. We have those few where we're still struggling, but the majority were able to finalize within a period of those easy ones, I mean, even less than 6 months, 3 months, we were able to finalize them. And of course, in the absence of the MOU now, we operate in the same mode that we've been operating when the MOU was there. Because even when the MOU was there, we were not getting the type of support that we require from the department. And then from Honorable Khwekan, she wants us to provide detail in terms of the complaints that we receive, and I think it will then take the whole day presenting to them. But that detail also, we have a snapshot in our actual report, you know, in terms of case studies, just to give an idea of the nature of the cases that we deal with, what are they about, and how we finally resolve them. Oh, yes, from Honorable Kotsel, wanted to know if we have received any complaints from the operational areas. Yes, currently we have received a complaint from the DRC. It's from the warrant officers. They are complaining about their allowance for water and things like that. So it's a complaint that we received recently that was still going to look at. And then from Honorable Hala, wanted to know what is this super agreement. These are the terms that are used by Treasury, which we then translated that term into a service level agreement, which we drafted from our office, shared with Treasury. They were happy with it, and the copy was submitted to the Secretary for Defense. But ever since that process, we have not had the initial meeting organized by Treasury where we can get assurity that the department will start taking the issue of support to my office seriously. Of course, Honorable Pito, I did say we give reasons when we actually dismiss a complaint, comprehensive reasons, but you need to be aware as well that if a member is not satisfied with how we finalize the case, they can go to the High Court to have our office reviewed in terms of how we finalize that case. And of course, in terms of the issue I raised concern about of more NCOs than other ranks and complaining. Yes, those are in my one-on-one meeting with the Chief of the Defence Force. Those are the kinds of issues that I raised with him, so that he can then discuss it with the different service chiefs and division chiefs. The fact that we receive so many complaints from the Army is by virtue of the size of the Army. It is the biggest service out of all the services, you know. So even 45, given the size of the Army, really is not many complaints. Yeah. And in terms of the complaints that we dismiss because the members have not exhausted the grievance handling channel, 103 complaints. That we have raised sharply because from time to time I meet with the service chiefs and we discuss this kind of things, you know. So they give me an undertaking that they are going to try and comply with the time frames for finalizing grievances, and also make sure that where a grievance cannot be resolved at a service level, it is then elevated to the DOT grievance board to be finalized there. Yes. We couldn't conduct an outreach to the Free State because the unit at that time was engaged in some other activities, so we couldn't. But we have actually included that now in the plan to actually conduct the outreach. So that was the challenge there. Okay, there was a question whether in terms of the systemic issues that we pick up during the process of investigating, whether we actually raise this with the department for policy change. Yes, we do that. We do that, but so far we have not seen any policies being changed as a result of the recommendations that we make. And then, of course, I have dealt with this, whether we sit with the generals to discuss the unhappiness of their soldiers. That we do in the scheduled meetings that we have with them. For instance, with the Army, we've got a quarterly meeting, with the other service as and when required, and these are the issues that we actually okay. And then the question whether we do visit soldiers in the operational areas. So far we don't. But we visit soldiers at the mobilization centers before they go for operations. And then once more resensitize them in terms of our mandate and all that. And of course, we take it that when they are confronted with challenges there, then they would then lodge complaints with the office. Okay, then the question of if a complainant lodges a complaint outside the prescribed time, whether we actually then just ignore it. No, the complainants can apply for condonation of late submission of a complaint. And then we apply ourselves to that, whether the reason they are providing are actually justified or not. If they are justified, then we take up the complaint. But with complaints that are very old, it's always difficult because the problem sometimes you've got to go to the archives and the information is no longer available there or difficult to find. So we try and also consider such things. And then from Honorable Chair, our act, we've looked at our act, which is why we requested to be granted permission to review our act. There are gaps that are making the actual situation that we find ourselves. And one of those is the fact that the Ombud is not an accounting officer. And therefore, when you have got to spend money, you have to actually approach the Secretary for Defense, and it takes time and all that. So there is a gap, and we need the support of the committee in terms of that legislative review. In terms of how do we deal with electronic complaints in the absence of a website? Johan, do you want to assist me with that?
You know, yes, the website has been a challenge, absolutely right. It also relates to procurement and red tape, but be that all as it may. When complainants call in and the like, we have various means of dispatching complaint forms to them. We have the PDF format, but also a fillable form, which we can send to complainant, be it through our WhatsApp line or be it by mail, and then complainant can resubmit when completed.
So I think we've attempted to answer all the questions, not unless there's a question that I omitted, but I think others were comments, that's why it is still. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think the committee secretariat will also scan through the questions and identify those which might not have been answered. I suggest you also do the same. Deputy Minister, I don't know if you want to comment on the issue that was raised with regard to the MOU, legislative amendments and stuff like those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We normally defend, but I just want to be objective here so that the committee understand very clear what's happening. All DOD's departments consist of generals as leaders of that specific department. He is also the general of that department. There is a, let me say, because you all know that capitalism is full of contradictions. There are contradictions in that the Ombud is established by the minister. It's like part of the Department of DOD, but operates independently in dealing with issues of grievances, etc., etc. Yes, it is independent, but it does not submit budget direct like the DOD does. Therefore, it is both independent and indirectly dependent. Take, for example, municipalities have got ombuds, but the ombud in municipality is employed by the municipality and act independently. Those are the issues by which members are correct in saying, Honorable Nihal said, it's toothless. Huh? You may say so, but there are other contradictions. Within the DOD, there is what you call Defense Service Commission. It does more or less the same. They differ somehow, you know. But at the same time, there is a union presence within the DOD, which Sandu, which was not recognized. They took the issue to High Court. They won the case. They are there, but they also work together with our Ombuds department. They all have a role, but there is another contradiction in that defense is a state which provides what we call essential services. Therefore, the presence of union is a challenge as well, because if you have soldiers going on strike, it once happened, you know, there was a serious issue, because you can't disarm soldiers. So those are the issues that we're dealing with. There is an issue of MOU the secretary was supposed to account. I don't know why she's not here because she didn't tell me. She's acting. I think next week they will be interviewed. The process has reached a stage where selecting those who will be interviewed have been exhausted. They'll come for interviews. I'm not sure why she did not. Now, let me just deal with issues of dismissals. Case is dismissed. In my view, I don't think that case is dismissed. I would use another terminology that says cases, most of cases referred. Because if you are to read here, there is a referred to other dispute mechanism. That case is not dismissed, it's referred. There is a letter referral not condoned, matter before court. It's not, that case is not dismissed. Appropriate public institution, it has been referred. Alternative, that this one is refused, but I'm trying to say most of cases here or complaints have been deferred to another structure. Yeah, no, this one, generally have resolved. There is an issue of whether the structure should be led by public protector, but as he explained, public protector and ombuds are different people. Yeah, that's all I can say for now, except to say that whether the delay in MAU, I've got no, tangible reason why it is delayed. I'll double check that with the executive secretary and to the minister. But yes, it has not been signed. Thank you very much, Chair. Unless there is something that because most of issues were responded to by ombuds.
I see there are 5 follow-up questions. I will start with Honorable Niehaus. I'll come to Harting. I'll come to Pito, Sokanyile, and
Can I request that?
okay. Let me, with indulgence.
Thank you to the honorable members that had their hand before me. No, Chair, I'm trying to check things here. Maybe some of the issues, they need to be presented here. Hence, maybe the deputy minister, some of the issues, the members, they will want to interrogate them. Why don't we allow that in the follow-up meeting, or we'll write down to what the deputy minister has said to this meeting, so that the ombudsman come up with the answers. Because some of them, I'm trying, even myself, I want to raise some of the issues out of the report that the deputy minister has given.
Okay, Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very short. Chair, with all respect, the less that is said about the Deputy Minister's input, the better. It is as clear as mud. A comment that I want to make more than a question, General, is about this issue of binding findings. Honestly, I think you need to reconsider your position on that. Because I think what you are doing is you are shortchanging yourselves and also the complainants, who expect from you to have the teeth in order to act on their complaints. I think part of the problem you faced with, General, is because you do not have binding findings. Many complainants may not even consider placing complaints because they doubt your ability to deal with those complaints, and they may even feel that through their complaints, they expose themselves while they have no hope that those complaints will be given the necessary implementation if your findings is in their favor. Thank you, General.
Honourable Chair, I'm actually shocked, and I should actually not speak. Chair, I just 2 or 3 lines. The military ombud is, as far as I recall, is appointed in terms of Act 4 of 2012 by the President, not the Minister. It's not one of the entities appointed by the Minister. It's a presidential appointment. The appointment of the Ombud as well as the Deputy Ombud. So there, unfortunately, I lost the whole response to my question to the Deputy Minister. Right on that point. Because it's got no foundation that anything else was then based on. Chair, can I call on you to instruct the Ministry to respond in detail to the second presentation, and let it be done within 7 days, please. I conclude with that.
Thank you, Honorable Pito.
Chair, I support that on second presentation, the only way out is to receive a full accountability as to why the state, this has been allowed to come to this stage. And Chair, I'm not sure whether it will be possible also that based on the interaction that the General has indicated, he had meetings with the Chief based on the concerns that he has been raising, but obviously the report indicates otherwise. And if we are to come in and support, it can only be based on also the generals or the chief coming to the committee actually based on what will consolidate out of this report as what we highlight as where we think and feel that the Ombuds's office has not been dealt fairly by the department, and therefore they need, by the chief of the defense, so that they can come and account. We then engage with them based on this report, that why, whether it's on an issue of budget, whether it's on issue of issues that were raised with them in order to ensure that the Ombud is able to process its mandate, not being frustrated by responsible authorities within the defense. So they will have to come to the committee to account. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a hand. Yeah. Oh, okay, yes.
Thank you. Chairperson, I want to make a proposal, but before I want to make a proposal, let me just make this input, and I'm going to do this input, submit this input respectfully so. As our democracy matures, it is expected of every committee in this parliament to dish up quality contributions and to come up with outstanding legislation to assist our democratic processes in the maturing process. The committee meetings are not about lashing out at departments only. and crucifying and chastising people. The committee meetings are here to assist our leaders that lead these organizations, that lead the departments as well. Now, having said that, and that's going to be part of my proposal, Chairperson, that we need to make an appointment for another thorough meeting of this nature, which we discussed today, because this is an important topic, the separation of powers, the authority of the Ombud, and the way forward. Respectfully so, General, it's not just about the accounting officer. It is about the total separation of powers, the independence and the impartiality of the Ombud. The doctrine on the separation of powers will tell you that separation of powers is introduced to prevent, to prohibit power to be centered in one body alone. In other words, to use the apartheid president's words, the clerk's words, he was talking about checks and balances all the time. There must be checks and balances. So we mustn't gatekeep when we come to seek for solutions. We must say, all right, guys, you as a committee must assist us. The separation of powers is important. Secondly, if you go and study the roles, the authority of a Section 9 institution, you will see that the Section 9 institution has the authority to subpoena, to interrogate, and to do all those type of things. Now, if your budget, Chairperson, through you, is 58 million rand, then I put it here categorically today. South Africa doesn't have 58 million rand to spend on an office that is just taking statements from people. With respect, General. We don't have that type of money. We have the money, even if it means that we need to increase the size of your budget. However big, it doesn't matter. As long as you meet the democratic principles and requirements as requested in terms of the law to report, to investigate, to interrogate, and even to summons people before your organization. Now, we are not making a foregone conclusion here, Chairperson, that it must be a Chapter 9 institution. The part of the proposal will be that we invite experts to that specific meeting to come and lead and guide us, to take us to the next level, to say whether we can contemplate the Section 9 institution, or whether we stick to the Ombud and give the Ombud more power, to use the word of Comrade Carl Neus, so that it's not a toothless dog, but to give power. At the moment, it seems that if there's a complaint, the one general is calling the other general to say, oh, we got this issue here, how can we resolve it? It cannot work like this. It's not democracy. So I am asking, we are proposing that, and I think the colleague next to me has also latched on that. We propose a follow-up meeting, a thorough meeting, a comprehensive meeting with all the experts that can speak to us on the separation of powers, that can speak to us on the Chapter 9 institution, the powers, the privileges, and also the formulation in terms of budgets and the appointment of personnel and how it's going to play out. It doesn't need to happen today, as long as we start the process of ushering this process in to see where we're going to end later on, because this is for generations to come in our democratic dispensation, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. I think we will wrap it here. We are now at 12:30. We're not even going to take a break. I think we should try to proceed straight to the next items. We are left with 3 items on the agenda. And I see there are still hands on the floor.
Chairperson,
Yes.
I submitted a direct question to you to instruct the ministry to present. I hope you come to that.
Yes. Thank you. Deputy Minister.
No, I just want to clarify one issue raised by the honorable member.
I want to request, Deputy Minister, that we clarify it in writing.
Okay.
We are going to run out of time. We've actually run out of time. especially given the items that we still have to discuss. I beg your indulgence, honorable members, to allow us to proceed. We want to start with item 6, which is the presidential letters of employment, then go back to item 3, which is the program for the term and minutes of the previous
Sorry, Chair,
meeting.
can we stand down?
Yes, you can stand down, yes.
Yes, thank you very much.
Honorable Godson, you are raising your hand on number 6.
Why do not allow them to stand down? Why, just give them a minute to stand.
Yes.
Just 3 minutes so they can stand up. Yes, Chair, gentlemen.
So,
thank you, honourable members. Let's give General Masondo and the officials to stand out as is indicated. General Masondo, thank you very much. Let's proceed, honourable members.
I was first.
Honourable, you want to raise something before we start with this?
No, Chair, I'm raising my hand in terms of item number 6 to speak to it. I don't know if you're going to make an introduction to it, but that is why my hand is raised, because this is a matter for consideration.
Chair, my hand was also up first.
Yes, thank you, General, honourable member. Members, we are on item number 6, which deals with a letter, the consideration of a letter of extension of employment dated the 24th of December 2024. I think the letter is in front of us. We've got it, and hopefully we have all read the letter, including the area where it indicates the employment was authorized in accordance with the provision of Section 201 to C of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. So what I'm saying is that, honourable members, you had enough time to look at the content of this letter. Let me open for discussion on the letter. Let me start with you, General Honourable Carl.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay,
it's fine, Chair. Let me proceed. You've pointed me out. Chair, I've got some serious concerns about the letter that we've received from the President and the manner in which this letter had been handled. Because if we look at the content of the letter, it refers to the fact that the President had taken a decision to extend the deployment of the South African National Defence Force in the DRC on the 16th of December of 2024. Now, Chair, this was during a time that Parliament was in recess because of the December festive season. But the President's office and himself then take 8 days to inform us as the Joint Standing Committee, which is provided for by the Constitution as the body on behalf of Parliament to fulfill the oversight function on this issue. Here's the first problem, Chair. In terms of the Constitution, the President should have informed us within 7 days. And detail is important, Chair, because it's always in the detail where the devil is. And I ask myself, why did we end up with a letter on Christmas Eve from the President. Because the President was evidently clear that our committee will not be able to deal with this issue at that time. If you want something to be pushed under the carpet, you can't find a better day than Christmas Eve to send a letter. And it is one day outside the provisions that there is for when that letter should have been delivered. Secondly, Chair, the Constitution is very clear that when you inform the Joint Standing Committee as the President, within 14 days, the committee must be convened in order to consider the letter. And there's legal opinion that is clear that on a serious matter such as this, it doesn't matter whether Parliament is in recess or not. The committee should have been convened by the President. There's also legal precedent that this does not undermine the separation of powers between the executive and the legislature. It isn't there. The President has got the right to convene the Joint Standing Committee. The President has got the right to convene the National Assembly. He did not do so. He is in contravention of having informed us not timeously. He is in contravention of the Convention of having to bring this committee, summoned by him to consider this letter. And then finally, Chair, Section 6 of our Constitution states that the interim Constitution of 1993 provides that we as a Joint Standing Committee have got the right to accept, to amend, to reject the decision of the President to deploy troops of the SANDF. We have not been given the opportunity to make that determination. As a committee, we had the right, if we were given the opportunity in terms of the law, in terms of the Constitution, in terms of the provisions that are there in the interim Constitution of 1993 that are sanctioned by Section 6 of our Constitution, and also in terms of the Defence Act. All of those provide for us to have the right to say this particular decision of the President to deploy and extend the deployment of the troops in the DRC is wrong. The President acted illegally. The President acted as a thief sneaking in the night, providing a letter to us at a time when he knew that we will not be able to respond to this letter. At the same time, we sit here today. We've not met the 7 days, which became 8 for the President. We've not met the 14 days within which this committee should have been convened by the President. We are today, after the 24th of December, here on the 7th of February, 2025. This is an outrage, Chair. We as a committee has allowed it to happen because you as chairs should have acted far more diligently than you have. You should have implemented the law and made sure that if the President failed, that you write to the Presidency and insist that this committee be convened so that we could consider that deployment of the President. This is a problem, Chair, that has been going on since 2003. We had this problem last year highlighted to us when we received the letter from the President about the deployment of troops to assist the South African Police Service with regards to illegal miners. But we haven't yet addressed this issue. Now, Chair, I know that we probably would have pushed this issue, would have swept it under the carpet. It wouldn't have become the crisis that it has become now if it wasn't for the fact that within less than a month that the President issued that declaration, we ended up with 14 of our SANDF soldiers dying in the DRC. But the significant issue, Chair, is that this highlights the consequence of the cavalier action that the President had taken. Our soldiers have died because of that extension of deployment. And we sat here allowing that to happen. We as a committee must state unequivocally clear here today, Chair, that the President had acted illegally in the way that he informed us because he didn't inform us in time. We must also state clearly that he acted illegally because he did not convene our committee as the Joint Standing Committee on Defence within 14 days to consider his deployment and to act in terms of the provisions of the law that we have the right to accept his deployment, amend his deployment, or reject his deployment. And in this instance, Chair, there would have been no better response of our committee, and we would not have served our nation better than having done that consideration and having rejected that decision of the President to extend a deployment which was an offensive deployment on behalf of the government of the DRC, not a peacekeeping mission, as the President wrongly stated in his statement to the nation and continues to repeat that it is a peacekeeping mission, as he did last night also in the SONA. Chair, this is a very serious matter, and I propose that we as a committee must consider the possibility of taking this matter to court in order to get a ruling on the illegality of the actions of the President. It has placed our committee in a serious problem. We are in jeopardy. We have failed to execute our duties because of the manner in which the President sneaked this letter of deployment onto us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Nihas. Honourable Eddie.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Yes.
Okay.
Honourable Chair, yes, it's a very, as with the previous deployment, is the authorization, the request for authorization for the President to extend the deployment came at a very unfortunate time. It also, this committee is also confronted with is that there was not any oversight over the previous deployment. No regular reports, nothing also from the President and certainly not from the Minister. And while we were confronted during the interaction, initial interaction with the different arms of the Defence Force, SANDF, with the critical problems that they are experiencing. So, in view of that overwhelming that we have received, and I'm going to be very short. Let's summarize. The President has got the authority to authorized the deployment. We have the obligation to scrutinize that document sent to the chairperson, and obviously this committee is not a rubber stamp. And in the as things have unfolded, even if we have met on Christmas Day, the following day, I believe that we should have taken the same decision that I'm going to request right now. And that is that we reject the request to authorize the extension into the DRC. We know that our forces are there, and that we want to decide that the deployment should be terminated as soon as it's practical possible. In other words, immediately initiating withdrawal from the DRC. That's my proposal, and I would like to know, it's a formal proposal, whether it will be seconded by a member of the committee.
Thank you, Honourable Hakim. Honourable Gwaza.
Chair, on a point of order, there is a proposal on the table. I made that proposal. Mr. Hutton made that proposal. You should request for a seconder on that proposal before we open for further discussion. That is proper meeting procedure. Thank you.
Honourable, let's give members a chance to engage on this matter. Let's give members a time to engage in this matter. Then we will then come with some conclusion on every proposal tabled here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and for the record, I will second that proposal. But, Chair, the reason why I put up my hand fairly early, it was to put something on the record as well, that certainly before we get into the academics of the timeframes, etc. And it's because on Tuesday, when this meeting received a briefing from the Minister and from the generals of the SANDF, I raised right at the beginning of that meeting the issue of the fact that this committee, as my colleague has said, has not had any oversight. Firstly, over the deployment, and secondly, over the redeployment. I then said that this committee must be informed, certainly by the President, what advice he acted upon. But, seeing as he was not here, I said we would hope that the Minister would provide us with that information. During the question session to the Minister, I asked 3 questions. The last one of those questions was, who advised her? On what advice did she or the Chief of the SANDF recommend to the President that this recent redeployment letter be signed? I asked the question twice because she didn't answer it in the first round, and then in the second round, she again didn't answer it. And when I pushed for it a third time, I was shut down. So this committee is still none the wiser as to what information the President acted upon. And so that really hampers this committee's oversight function. So it seems that this entire deployment is a rubber stamp, and we cannot be a rubber stamp for critical decisions which have, unfortunately, the consequences that we now sit with. And so the meeting has now taken on a completely different form, and we can go with that debate. But I wanted to put that on record because I think in the first place, the Minister had a duty to come and tell us what advice they acted upon. We needed to know, before we can have this debate, we needed to know what advice did they act upon, because the SANDF is telling us they don't have problems with equipment and resources. But they don't give us the right information, so we don't know. But in terms of procedure also, regardless of any of the other arguments about 7 days, 14 days, etc., etc., I want to agree with Honourable Nias, but also want to disagree with him. The fact that that letter was sent on the 24th of December doesn't mean we can't meet. We have met virtually before. And regardless of the confusion about 7 days or 14 days, Section 237 of the Constitution is clear. Forthwith, immediately, as soon as possible, not 6 weeks later. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kutan. Ground Pledges. Yeah, wait a minute. Let's give honourable members a chance to. No. Let's give honourable Pledges.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, thanks for also giving us as members opportunity to talk in this standing committee. Chair, all said in this committee, understandably so that we are acting on emotions and feelings. We cannot, as a country, isolate ourselves from peacekeeping. We are part of a broader South Africa, Therefore, as this committee, we cannot, because we used to, it's not the first time that we've given this kind of sign-off to the president on extension of deployment. It's not a new thing. The new thing is just that whilst we were sitting on this letter, there was casualties in DRC. I think it's 2 months before that we've signed off a letter in the same committee with no question asked, with no prerogative of the president, no time frame and time limits was debated then. We just gave extension. I understand what colleagues are saying now, that maybe we should get the further advice as why are we still in the DRC, and I think we've asked it on Tuesday. But we also were told in this meeting Tuesday that there's a procedural process of getting soldiers out of a certain deployment. And I must agree, Chair, that we must give time for that procedure to happen. So I will not sit here and say that South Africa must withdraw themselves from peacekeeping in the DRC. Actually, that is what we are trying to say in this meeting today. Therefore, Chair, I will then support that we agree to the extension, but also procedurally, we must be advised as to how we bring the soldiers back in due time. And that is my proposal, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Pledges. Honourable Noah.
Thank you, Chair. I support the latter speaker with the following additions, Chair. Firstly, we cannot be straitjacketed into a proposal which we don't have merits of in terms of taking the president to court just on the basis of things just happened in the recent. That also, it has got to be processed, I'm sure, through other means, whether we support or we don't support. There's no presentation with facts, just a statement. It's a serious matter that we cannot just support by raising hands. So I reject that, Chair, on the basis that if we are even to get to that state, we can ask the president to come to the committee and explain himself. Then we can, on the balance of probabilities, think of whether we should go right or left. It's like we are pushing a particular agenda because of the information that some of us may be having and some of us may not be having. Therefore, Chair, I want to support the idea that says, because the matter that is, there are two matters here. we cannot conglomerate them into one basket. The issue of what happened in DRC in the recent has been handled. We have been given explanations. And if we doubt whatever we have been given, then we should be able to say what we know other than what we have been told. Let it also be presented formally, and then we can interrogate it and see whether it also carries any value. And then lastly, Chair, the issue of the letter, as Honorable Niaus has explained, which is understandable, we can also address it separately and see whether those breaches that the President has perhaps may be found to have breached the provisions, then the President also must still be given a chance why he did that, despite the law clarifying it, so that we can, on the basis of any response that may come from the President, then we can take an action. We don't take an action without applying the law of Audi Alpha Patre. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. Before I give honourable Khotane a chance, I would say, honourable members, take note of a conclusion of that letter, which indicate, as it says, I will communicate the content of this letter to the Speaker of the National Assembly, as well as the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. And furthermore, I kindly request that you bring the contents of this letter to the attention of members of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense. So this is the conclusion from the letter by the President. So when we discuss, let's discuss it based on that conclusion. Let me give.
Order, please.
No. Wait, honourable. Let's give other honourable members a chance. Honourable Khotane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, here there is no one that is denying a peacekeeping when we talk about peacekeeping. Even the letter here, if I analyze it in a military way here, it says, in order to support and assist the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo in its efforts to neutralize. When we talk about neutralize, and it depends, how are you going to neutralize? Neutralize in the military terms. You can neutralize the enemy in many ways. But remember, South Africa there, it's there for peacekeeping. Neutralize illegal armed group and negative forces in the conflict affected areas of the Democratic Republic of Congo. South Africa, it was not supposed to find itself interfering in the affairs of that country. South Africa, it said it's there just to keep peace, not to help the government of the DRC to neutralize and do all these terms that are being written here, illegal armed groups, to neutralize illegal armed groups and negative forces. That itself, it stated very clearly that these soldiers were sent there knowing very well that they will be engaging with the enemy that is fighting the government of Congo. of which that's totally wrong. It's totally wrong. We are here, we are there, as it's being said, we are there for peacekeeping. Nothing else but peacekeeping. But if we find our troops now have to neutralize the enemy, how do you neutralize the enemy? How do you neutralize the enemy? It's another really, you know what, here, there are so many things happening. Yeah. And my second, my second question here, my second question or contribution or comment. Here, the minister, I will say the minister lied to the committee that there are no resources spent at DRC that are coming direct from this government of South Africa. But here, the letter stated very clearly that the expenditure expected to be incurred is estimated. Here's the amount, but the minister denied. The minister said to us, the resources that were used in that mission were coming from SADC or from 15 different countries. Why the minister lied to us, and she insisted that the money comes from SADC. Why he lied as a minister? The minister is not fit for her position. And there is no way in the whole world that you can take a civilian and lead the defense force. The minister is not fit for her position. The minister is not fit for her...
Point of order.
Okay. What is
what's
the
the point of order?
Chair, Chair, I'm rising on the point of order as a committee member seated here, because what the honorable member is stating, yes, it is written, it is expected, but I don't see the letter saying this amount of money was spent and where this amount of money is coming from, unless if it was detailed by...
It's not a point of order.
The point of order
This
is
is not a
that the
point of
member
order.
is misleading the committee, and it's not a truth. What she is saying is not the truth. So I'm expecting the chairperson. I'm expecting the
This is
chairperson
not a
to
point of
intervene.
order. Come with a point of order.
Chair, on a point
Where,
of order.
what is the point of order exactly? I'm still
on
on
the
the
point
floor.
of order.
Protect me, Chair. I'm still on the floor. This is not a point of order. Now, yeah, but you are not. You are not.
Chair, on a
You
point
are not
of
coming
order.
with a point of order. You are not coming with a point. Come with a point of order. This is not a point of order.
Can you,
Chair, on a point of order.
Honorable
I've
members,
tried 3 times,
honorable
Chair,
members,
to
can
raise
we-
a
can
point
we-
of order.
Can you control ourselves, honorable members?
Order. But it's not a point of order. I'm correcting that you said it's a point of order.
Honorable members,
Some of us are up to the
can you have order? please?
Behave.
Can we
Chair,
have
on a
order?
point of order. I've raised 3 times a point of order. You ignored me.
Honorable members, can you...
Say
Honorable
it to the
Khotani,
chair.
Honorable Khotani,
Chair, I object strongly to the way in which you handle this meeting.
No. Can you...
You are not implementing the rules of a meeting, and you're
But
not
this is
acknowledging
not a
points
point of order. This is not a point of order. When you come with with a point of
object
order. Come
strongly
with a
how
point
you
of
handle
order.
this.
Not
I
comments,
raised my
yes.
concern about the
Don't,
fact
yeah,
that
but
you
it's not
opened
a
this
point of
meeting for this discussion rather than dealing with the motion that was on the table. And the consequence of what you've done has led to this chaos now. You are the direct result, Chair, of the chaos that we have right now. You are mismanaging this meeting.
There's people here that can talk and do what they like in this committee. So we can't be doing all the other things that is not procedural. You allow him. You've been raising frivolous orders here the whole committee through, and you allow him.
Thank you. Can we please control ourselves? Can we please control ourselves and allow us to chair this meeting? There was a point of order here by Honorable Lekhwase, and Honorable Lekhwase, have you finished?
I don't know if I'm finished, Chair, but let me be quiet. I've made my submission. I'm just waiting for the ruling.
Thank you. Honorable Khotran, what the comrade here is indicating is that what you mentioned, which is written here in the letter, is a matter which really we know we are not supposed to discuss here. The issue of finance, I think the minister put it very clear in our last meeting, how this contribution goes to SADC, and SADC then, together with the United Nations, and disperses the amount. The amount which is here. This is the contribution by our government to the SADC. So,
point of order. Are you now the spokesperson of the minister?
No. I'm trying.
Chair, you are not directing the meeting. You are misdirecting this meeting.
He's talking, Chair.
There's a motion on the table which you have disregarded, and you allowed this chaotic discussion to continue.
Can you please say on that? The point of order of Honorable Khwasi is sustained. Can you please withdraw the issue of the amount, the money which has been stated here?
Why must I withdraw it? I don't understand. Why must I withdraw it? I don't understand. Why must I withdraw it? Chair, the minister said the money came from.
The minister did not lie.
But now,
the minister did not lie, Honorable Khotane.
What did she say? What did she say? What did she say? I even asked this question. Why, Minister? You said she failed to answer it. Why you say? I'm still on the floor. I'm still on the floor. I'm still on the floor. It means no one will talk. I'm still on the floor. Let me talk until I finish. Let me talk until I finish.
Chairperson, a point of order.
Let me talk until I finish. You cannot come and defend things that are not right here. You cannot.
raise my hand
You cannot. You cannot. Don't point at me. Don't point at me.
You can't ignore
Don't point at me. You are not a chair. You are not a chair. Just keep quiet. You are not a chair.
You can't speak.
You're here to defend wrong things.
Chairperson,
People died here.
Honorable members, you can't speak all of you. Can we have one person on the floor and give you a chance?
You have to. I have a point of order, Chairperson. You have to acknowledge me. You have to acknowledge me. Chairperson, you cannot allow a debate between you and the member. You have ordered her to withdraw. She's got a choice: withdraw or move out.
Chair, my hand is up. No. She said, is it a point of order? I cannot order, but I cannot withdraw. Who must leave the meeting? Who must leave the meeting? Are you sharing
Honorable members.
No.
Honorable members.
I cannot withdraw. Chair, I'm not going to withdraw it. I'm not going to withdraw it. She said it in front of everyone, in front of the nation. Okay, sorry, Chair.
We call for order. Honorable members, we have before us the letter of employment from the President. This is the subject of discussion for this committee. This is a committee of Parliament. It's meeting on behalf of Parliament. Therefore, the rules of the House apply. We cannot say in the House the President has lied. We cannot say in the House an honorable member has lied. We are bound by the rules of the House. If the chair, the presiding officer, on behalf of the presiding officers, rules that you are out of order, you have to withdraw. You have to withdraw. If you do not want to withdraw, then the rules of the House will apply. Now, I think we need to try and get back to the subject of the discussion, which is this letter before us. There is a motion that we reject the letter. That motion was supported, had a seconder. But that doesn't mean the discussion is now ended, because there are others who have a different opinion. And I think we ourselves must also conduct ourselves within the letter of the law and the Constitution. When the President submits a letter to us, it is actually addressed to us on behalf of the House. It is not us who have the power to decide to reject the letter. We can only recommend to both houses that this letter be rejected. But the legal advice sought by this committee, to which we are custodian in 2022, advised that in the case the committee is not satisfied with the letter from the President, it must write back to the President and request that an explanation be provided, one, on why the request was submitted beyond the stipulated 7 days. And if there is any other thing which is unclear to us, we need to write to the President and request an explanation before we jump into a decision. And so my request is that we don't need to divert ourselves into many issues. The minister said this, the minister didn't say this, and so on. If we are unclear as to what does it mean that the force is being deployed in support of the DRC government to neutralize the rebels in pursuit of peacekeeping, then we need to ask for clarity specifically on those issues before we can take a decision. But for us to say, let's take a decision based on inadequate information is not going to assist us. But to also say we must now disintegrate the meeting the way we are doing is also not going to assist us. For us to make an informed decision, we need to have a discussion. Matters we can be as robust as we want, so long as we also allow one another opportunity to discuss. And that's the only request we have from here. There was a motion. There was a motion.
Motion that I raised.
No, wait. There was a motion by Honorable Niehaus. It was seconded by Honorable Hattie. He says, so Honorable Hatting correct me that he had a different proposal. There is another motion that came from Honorable Windy. We are going to entertain that. Now, Chair, I hand back to you. I think let's first find out whether there is a seconder for.
Thank you, Co-Chair.
May I have 1 minute?
Honorable, let me give Honorable Sokanyele a chance to speak. Then I'll come back to you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm very much perturbed by what has happened, because here we're being disrupted intentionally in the discussion. You shouldn't allow us to make a long story out of a debate. Hence, we're being derailed in what we must discuss. Please, Chair. And also, if am I undisciplined in the meeting, please take me out. We cannot allow it. This committee to go low like this one, coming to the issue at hand, because I was going to say that Comrade Plakis had another suggestion or proposal and seconded by Comrade Pito. But I'm coming now to the discussion also, because you have covered me to say that the contents of the letter are here in the committee now. Because to me, I'm looking at the issues. Are we discarding this letter because now there is those casualties that are there in DRC? Because to me, it seems as if they were not there, we wouldn't have said that we want the contents of this letter. But be that as it may, I want to agree with the speakers that said the deployment of our soldiers to DRC that has been done by the president, we cannot say we're not agreeing to that one. But as the president has written down to say that the contents of the correspondence will be referred to the speaker, but also us as the committee, us as the joint standing committee, we must be told it is not hidden. Therefore, we need to ask the president the reasons why this letter has been given to us. Why have we been told late? But we are agreeing with the deployment of those soldiers. We can require. No, protect us.
Can we give
Please
each other a
protect
chance?
us.
Can we give each other a chance?
I was not a soldier. Honorable Niehaus was a soldier, because he doesn't want us to say anything about something that talks to a defense. Because he has got people in the department who feed in information. Who are basing our information to what we have been told.
Honourable
Please,
Chair, I object
defend
on a point
us.
of order.
Defend us.
Allegations
So I'm
are being
saying
made
that,
that are
Honourable
unacceptable.
Chairperson.
We've been told that there shouldn't be lies here, and there are allegations being made. Chair, on a point of order.
I've not given it. Can you wait? I'll give you.
Okay, you will give me a chance.
I'll give you a
Thank you.
platform.
I'm agreeing, Chairperson, that as the committee, we need to write a letter. President, we're not happy. We want other reasons. Why? Were we not told before? Because we're saying that the deployment is good. We cannot disagree with that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Bludges, did you want to say something before I?
No, Chair, you gave me, you said.
No, wait. I'll come back. I'll come back to you. All Bludges?
No, Chair, I'm covered with.
You're covered.
Who wants to speak?
Chairperson, I'll be very short.
Okay, let me give Honourable Member. Then I'll come back to you. Then I'll end up with
Chairperson.
Honourable.
You came first.
You came first.
Chairperson.
Okay.
I'll be very short.
Be short, Honourable Member.
I will not be as long-winded as my colleagues and my friend on my right. Chair, I think we should not confuse the issue. This is not a peacekeeping force. It's not. It's never been. It's not a peacekeeping mission. It's a peace enforcement and offensive peace enforcement mission. And that's why I object to it, because our troops are not supported. They are ill-equipped for the task, and they are a bit. That was given to us. Chairperson, may I please be granted the opportunity to speak without some heckling from behind me? That's why I object to it, and not on. Yes, that's my point. That's why I motivated that.
Yeah, can you be?
And it's not on the technicalities or the legal technicalities. Secondly, I support the suggestion of Honourable Gigaba that the President be given 7 days, and 7 days only, to explain to us, to motivate us why we should support this in the circumstances. I want to conclude with that, and my proposal, properly seconded, on the motivation that I've given, I will have that stand over until after the explanation as suggested by Honourable Gigaba. Then, Chair, final word. I have an appointment in 11 minutes that I agreed to a long time ago that I cannot, so I ask to be excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Carl?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to appreciate...
Please be short, be short.
I'll be short. I want to appreciate the direction that the Joint Chair, the Honourable Malusi Gigaba, has given us. The motion that was placed before you was that this committee recommends that we reject this letter and that we therefore inform the Speaker of the National Assembly and also the National Council of Provinces, the Chair, and that accordingly we will therefore request for further information to deal with this issue. But our point at this stage is that we cannot accept this letter on 2 issues, Chair. They were raised, and then I'm concluding. Because of the illegality of the manner in which the letter was done, those are the technical illegalities that I spelt out, and because, secondly, that this letter does not provide us with an understanding that the deployment of our troops is a peacekeeping mission. It is an offensive mission to support the government of the DRC, and therefore we reject it on those 2 bases, and we inform the National Assembly and the Council of Provinces accordingly, and we take it from there. Thank
you. Honourable Plodges, then we'll give the Minister, then we'll conclude on the matter.
Chair, I'm just worried. I'm just worried, Chair, because you give people to make and emphasize what they have said already all the time. There's suggestions, 2 of them here on the table. I don't want this meeting to go out with saying this committee is rejecting a letter. We have never said that. We've never said that. That is a proposal from Honourable Carl and other members. I have made a proposal, Chair, to say this letter is here. The letter is clear in its content. We accept this letter, but we still ask for the President, where we are now, as the Chairperson have said, to give us procedural process on how are they going to withdraw our troops and in what time, so that we get that. But we cannot be forced into something that we haven't suggested. And I think my colleague, Honourable Pitso, have supported me in that.
Thank you, Honourable Plodges. Honourable Member, then honourable members, can you be short on I think we've discussed this matter. Can you be short on our so we'll give the Minister the last bite and we'll go on this matter. Honourable Member?
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the argument looks like, is out of line. We are speaking about a letter from the President, which is not asking permission from this committee to agree or not. And there's nowhere in the Constitution where it says so. I think what we need to do now, we need now to raise our concern and say we are not happy, for this deployment based on conditions. I think there's going to be a debate also on Monday to raise these issues if members are not happy. But Chair, the argument about the money that is being paid out, Well, I mean, maybe we need someone to come here and explain, because according to my knowledge, the money is paid, but the money is also recovered and it goes back to the National Treasury. It's just a cost that is not, for us, to take the responsibility. But if you can get maybe someone to explain to us what happened with that 2 billion. That 2 billion goes there and then is reclaimed and it goes back to the National Treasury. I think maybe if you can look at the letter, for us, is to note that letter to me. We can argue, we can do whatever, but it's not asking permission, it's informing us that the decision was taken.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Eric, and please be short.
Chairperson, thank you that you finally acknowledged me after my hand is up for almost an hour. First and foremost, let me
to say you accept the content letter. It's unacceptable.
Chair,
Honorable Minister,
because you see, the last sentence says, I kindly request that you bring the contents of this letter to the attention of members of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense, which is this one. The only part that we differ a little bit, is whether we accept the content of the letter or we note. Because we still have an upper structure, as I indicated. Even to me, even if we note it. Yes. We still have structures to discuss it. Yes. The National Assembly and National.
It's this committee has an oversight function. So regardless of whether we note the letter or not, when do we do the oversight?
okay, honorable members, can you just give each other time? Let us not speak all of us. Otherwise, we will not conclude this man. The minister is still on the platform. Can you give the minister the time to, a chance to speak and finish?
If we were not the oversight committee, this letter would have not come here. It's here for us, for our attention. We have engaged. We have engaged as an oversight committee. Yeah, that's why we note, then it proceed, because we don't agree.
Colleagues, honorable members, the committee still has to draft a letter which must serve before the committee, hopefully next week, where we adopt our resolution. Now, there are two issues which are being raised, and I think it only makes sense that we should raise those issues. One is an issue which has been raised as a concern successively now from the previous discussion on the letters of deployment to Stelfontein, which is the period within which we are informed. So I think this is how we should approach this. We will draft the letter and bring it back here next Friday, which should say that the committee notes that the deployment has taken place, and secondly, that we seek an explanation from the presidency on why the letter to us arrived outside the 7-day window. And secondly, we require an explanation from the presidency on the exact meaning of the paragraph that talks about support to the DRC government to neutralize the rebels in pursuit of peacekeeping, so that we have clarity. And I think then it would cover all the concerns raised, because the issue really that is before us is that we can't say that we reject the deployment. It's already happened, funds have been committed, but we now have to go back to ensure that going forward the presidency understands that the committee has got the following oversight concerns. So future letters should address those. And if it means that we must convene an urgent meeting on a virtual platform, we should be enabled to do that, but it has to be within the 7-day window so that we are able to exercise that responsibility. So we will bring the letter next week. We can then discuss, polish it, finalize it before we forward it to both houses of parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, will not conclude all the. I think the co-chair has summarized this very, very well. Let's complete here. let's conclude this matter on what the co-chair has summarized here. Otherwise, we will not, honourable members. Can we proceed, honourable members? No, 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 no. The honourable. No, 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 no. I'm not going. I'm not going to. I'm not going to give you. I'm not going to give any one of you. Can you? Yes.
That's not correct in terms of me.
No, no.
I'm coming in here to support the proposal of all of us. And all I'm saying is that we cannot say that the chair said we do have the legal right to reject this letter of the president and deployment, but we are saying now, let's follow the route that the Honorable Igaba has proposed to us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honourable members, I cannot. Let us not continue raising hands on this matter, honourable members. The co-chair has made a proposal here that a letter will be written, and I will discuss all the proposals which we'll put in that letter next week. So let's complete this matter by saying that, and we continue to the next. Honourable members, I'm not going to give you. No, I'm not going to give you. Honourable Sokanya, I'm not going to give you. Let's proceed. Let's proceed.
To step down at this point, sir.
Point of procedure.
Can we step down? I propose we step down.
Let us not be steamrolled by Honorable Niehaus in this committee.
Thank you.
Chair, can we move on, please? Can we move on, please?
Honourable members, order.
Senivalile ngithi Chair, uyivale kahle Honorable Gigaba. Aseni kwenye i-point, please. Ivaliwe this thing. Ivaliwe this thing wena.
Okay, let's proceed. Honourable Noel.
Angizelanga wena la.
Put down
La,
your hand.
ngizela
I'm not
abantu
going to
base-South
give you.
Africa.
I'm not going to give you.
Not wena ku-escalate.
Let's proceed, honourable members. Let's go to the point number 3.
Zohola imali.
Thank you, Chair. Can we move on?
Can we move on, honourable members?
Yes, Chair.
Let's go to point number 3, which is, honourable members, can we move to that point number 3, which is a consideration of our Joint Standing Committee 2025 first term program. The program is here. I think we have all gone through it. The program starts by Okay. The program starts by committee meeting schedules. The committee is allocated to meet on Fridays. That's the first point there. The second point, it says the committee's objectives for the term are as follows. I think we all have it on our.
It has been sent to us, Chair, weeks ago.
Yes.
So I wanted to propose. I've read through the proposal because I don't want us to waste a lot of time. We've been all over our time. We'll adopt it as is, Chair, and be informed with other changes at a later stage. If there's any changes.
Thank you very
Chair.
much, honourable member.
Chair.
Here is a proposal, honourable members, that we have gone through this. What we need to do here is to adopt the program, and if there are any changes, I think the Secretariat will inform us. So I'm going to move for the adoption of this program, honourable members.
Chair, I want to, Chairperson.
No, wait. I want someone who's going to adopt, or who's going to move for the
No,
adoption
I
of
want
the
to
program.
support, sir, just listen what I have to say. Don't worry, you ignore me all the time. I want to support the proposal.
The honourable member.
No, my hand is up because my hand is not acknowledged. No.
No.
No, that is you. I've been quiet the whole meeting, Mr. Noel.
Order.
I said I want to support the proposal. What is the problem with that? So what's the problem with that?
Keep quiet.
No, you're not going to drown me. I'm not scared of you.
No. Honourable members, let us know. Let us not. Can you?
Chair, on the point of order.
Chair, it's Friday.
No.
Chair, members can't silence each other. They do so because you failed to chair. Please, Chair.
Now you are in, now this is Eastern, Honourable members, can you, honourable members, Honourable Blackies has proposed, he has moved for the adoption of the program. Can we have the seconder? Honourable,
When they chair.
yeah? Honourable members, can you agree? There was a mover for the adoption, and there was a seconder for the adoption of this program. This program has been adopted. Can we move to the next point, which is the consideration of the minutes, which is 1.5. Can you check this one? What's with the hands on the floor? Do you want to say something about this?
No, Chair, I think we must do things the right way. Because if we continue like that, in future, if there are issues of concern, one member will stand up and say, I propose that this be adopted. But I think I understand the time. Maybe we can agree that next week we are meeting. If, we do not adopt this without, having time to engage on it. Let's say next week we have time, we can look at it, but that approach in future will destroy us when it comes to engaging. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. Your point is noted. Can we go to the next point, which is item number 7, which consideration of the minutes, Honourable Chair? Co-Chair?
Attention, honourable members. Attention is drawn to the minutes of the meeting of the 29th November. I would presume that we have also read them. Honourable Blackies?
Chair, for being afraid that some of the colleagues didn't read it, can we move it to the first point of our next meeting? So that we don't find people saying they didn't read the minutes.
I would advise very strongly against that. The next meeting could probably be a closed meeting with the SANDF and the ministry. We will not have time. After we will also be in a rush to go. It all depends on us. These are minutes. The question before the House, do they capture the contents of our discussions and decisions? This meeting was not to make any decisions. It only proposed decisions on item 9. So the first one is just to say the meeting was opened. There was a briefing by the defense industry. And these are the issues they briefed us about. Anything there? Honourable Blackies?
Chair, in the light that you accept that all members have read the minutes, as I have read them, I will propose that we accept the minutes as it is there.
Second, Chair.
Seconded. Thank you very much by Honourable Niehaus. Without a speech this time. Honourable members.
I caught you out, Chair. You thought it was going to be a point of order.
Thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned.